Howdy. Howdy, everybody, and welcome back to the NACE Starleague. I'm coming in a little bit last minute. My name is Vincent, joined by LaFawn. And, well, LaFawn, you have a lot more knowledge than I do about the two teams we're going to take a look at, but I'm excited for some Overwatch.
Obviously it's going to be a good game. This is the conference championships, right? So we get to see two of the better teams that were in the Eastern Division here this season, our first seed and our third seed in RIT. And we got to talk, of course, about sort of the standings as they set up through the regular season play into kind of the conference play-ins and beyond. Obviously, RIT played against Cornell University in the previous round in the play-ins, the conference play-ins, where they actually beat the number 2 seed there. So really, this game is a number 1 versus number 3, and so there's a little bit on the line as they try and make it out of the Eastern Division.
Certainly is a whole lot. And I mean, here's the cool thing, right? All the way to here, RIT obviously winning that third seed, you get in through the conference play-in and then able to take a shot, right, at BSC, which is a really tough opponent here. Let's take a look at the rosters, though, as we start to think about how these matchups are going to work. Like you said, RIT coming in third seed, whereas BSC are that first seed for this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, being in the first seed, they had a bye through the conference play-ins. Didn't have to play that match, so they're just going to get their first time. That's could be a bit of a benefit. It could be a bit of a negative as well, right? Not having that warm-up time can be, or that extra warm-up game to kind of make sure that everything's in place can sometimes be an advantage, right? That being said, we don't expect Bay State College to really struggle coming into this. And speaking of kind of coming into this game, we got to talk about the maps, of course. And map number 1, it's kind of been a little bit of a meme here this season, Vince, because it's been Control, obviously, as we start our series off, and Lijiang Tower has been the overwhelmingly majority pick for map number 1. In fact, so overwhelmingly was it picked that it only didn't happen twice in the entire regular season and the conference plans. We only saw a Control map to open the series that wasn't Lijiang twice. So yeah, that's why I'm on Lijiang Tower. It's behind me right there. And that's it's going to be interesting to see how they I'm going to say interesting, kind of like standard gameplay we've kind of gotten used to here at the NACE Starleague for map number 1.
That is funny. It's funny you mentioned that. If I had known, I would have joined you over at Lijiang. Yeah, but listen, it's a great map, so I don't see any problems there either. And the fact that we're playing this first to 3, you talked about Control and how important it can be. Getting a good start and also being good at Control maps in general gives you such a huge advantage, especially once you get later on into a series and maybe playing a second Control map, for example.
Yeah, if you can get, pardon me, to that 5th map, then having the advantage, having a map type that you're going to win and it shows up twice is a big deal, as you said. So definitely going to be an interesting thing. The thing that we can kind of highlight over the regular season, though, and obviously the kind of games we've had showcased here is that the team that plays, there's two styles that kind of play out on Control. If you dominate extremely hard on Control, the likelihood of it going to a 3-0 is very much in your favor, right? We've seen that a lot. However, if it's a more close match, Control can kind of be the map that goes over to the weaker team a lot of times. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here in this map, number one. Obviously, our first and third seed, respectively. But, as we kind of get towards these later stages into the conference playoffs, you're kind of hoping these teams play closer to each other. So if there's a chance for a team that is, hypothetically weaker in RIT's case, as they are, as we said, the third seed, then this is where we'd expect them to kind of get the most value early in the series.
Well, and getting that value is sort of crucial to kind of come out swinging. Whenever you're playing that control map type, you need to get on that point quickly. And if you take control first, then you have a really, really strong chance of sort of carrying that over, getting that opening lead, or if you take the initial point, because then you run with a bit of an ult advantage throughout the rest of the play there in that stage. It really is sort of snowbally, I guess maybe is the right term. Is that fair?
Yeah, I would agree with that sort of assessment, right? That's kind of Control in a nutshell. If you can get, sort of the momentum on your side, then ultimate Control kind of falls into your favor, and that's really where you start to see that significant, continuation of Control on the objective point. So, in essence, yes, absolutely correct in that regard.
Yeah, and well, just talking overall about how things have gone, I don't know how much you've seen from BSC. How much of an advantage do you think they have coming in against a team like RIT? I mean, we talked about the seeding, and seeding is one thing, but just as somebody who's been able to see as we move forward through the season, what do you think these two teams are looking at shaping up wise? Is RIT fighting a huge uphill battle?
Huge is maybe a bit of a strong term. They're definitely the underdog in this, no question about that. Not even looking beyond just the seeding aspect of it, if you look at the map score, BSC has proven stronger across more maps more consistently. So in that essence, yes, BSC is the favorite here. I think for RIT, though, there is, at the risk of overselling sort of their performance this season, I don't think they're that much further behind than, some of the other divisions, perhaps. But in that regard, we're going to see if that's going to come through. However, we have to start on Control Center here, our close quarter map on guard, and that's going to be the rush composition in close first off.
Indeed, and starting out here, seeing that rush composition come to fruition as RIT push forward there in the blue, and that's the opening pick going towards RIT. Forgotten on the Junkrat, able to connect, and the additional damage from that Junkrat, everything breaks apart, and they take that first control. VSC, my apologies, got things swapped around there in blue, excuse me.
And the one difference here in this composition is namely the Sigma versus D.Va here, right? And the big application of that is that you can put a forward shield, and as BSC kind of lets RIT in, you can see the spam coming through aggressively, still going to even out in trades.
Indeed, and yeah, with only that 1-for-1 going down to DPS for either side, it's still really anyone's game, but you see that RIT kind of falling back here, don't want to re-engage without the full strength of their roster. They're going to wait to then go in with everyone else as the Reinhardt's sort of posture. There goes the Riptire, only going to find that lamp, though, unfortunately, and now the Reinhardts get in with the Fire Strike, able to take out one on the support line as the Gravitic Flux comes through to sort of clean everything back up.
That is going to be the hold here, and critically, Bay State College don't give over the objective to their opposition. A lot of this composition really relies on the fact that the tank duo here for Bay State College can put so much more damage throughput than RIT can with Blue Jay on the D.Va. D.Va obviously has to choose between kind of defense and offense. Infernal, no such dilemma, and uses the Gravitic Flux to great effect. Now, eyes on the Photon Barrier, because this is going to bisect a lot of damage throughput here for RIT.
Yeah, and it looks like BSC, they're just worried about pushing them back, and as soon as they push a little bit far forward, they take a little bit of damage, they clip back through that Photon Barrier, and that's what you're talking about, gaining the ability to fall back and eat up all the damage as it comes forward. It's pushed RIT all the way back into spawn, and they're just trying to get out now.
There's a small window of opportunity here for RIT. Obviously, with Fated going down, there's only support ultimates online, and this is where you have to hit the go button if you're RIT.
Well, they certainly are trying to do that. They picked up the pace and trying to push forward in towards the point. Nobody on it just yet. 80% in taking now. It is going to be I'd say one fight. There's the sound barrier and an opening pick there, Forgotten back in there. As in fact, BSC able to pull everything back their way in what is somewhat of a split push or split defense from them. They still win it out.
And that's going to be actually just the point. 100-0 here on round number 1. Unceremoniously ticking over, but there is no one to contest overtime. And RIT, a misplay there, in all honesty, on that objective. Ultimately not recognizing their window of opportunity. They let the supports kind of exist in the backline. And the one thing that kind of happens there is that Abs and Mikan get so much more value of the amplification matrix and Soundberry, despite not being in position with their team. So RIT going to have to tighten up their gameplay a lot if they want to be able to, contest Bay State College, because 100-0 on the first round is not a look you kind of want to give up if you're the team in red.
Yeah, you talked a lot about Blue Jay on the Diva, and Blue Jay sort of caught between two areas trying to deal with the Junkrat. Is that a problem for RIT here?
In this particular instance, yeah. I mean, you have to kind of play the Diva on this one. I don't hate this choice here, especially because they have the Pharah. It's going to be a spam composition for Bay State College. Eyes are Infernal, because this Roadhog is either feast or famine. If it gets a hook and it gets an elimination, it's going to be great. Otherwise, it's just an ult battery for RIT to take advantage of.
Love the teleport strategy there. RIT going to be able to get point control early, assuming they don't get taken out by the disruption that this ball does give. Reinhardt, though, with the opening pick, and that is RIT with an initial opening. Infernal going down, but Forgotten is very much in the back line and wreaking havoc. Without a main support, you're going to have a lot of trouble, and that trouble is shown as BSC do pick up that first cap.
That's remarkable, because this composition that RIT is using is ultimately supposed to be the one that has strength on the objective. And now the disaster about this is going to be a staggered out fight. Bay State is going to get up to at least 30% before the first contest comes in, and that's not accounting for Cave getting an elimination late here, or even Infernal as such. So this is going to delay even further. For RIT, it's back to the drawing board. You're going to see the Cassidy come out on board, trying to deal with the aerial threat, and as well as Chaco, man, looking for that pick off. Good start here. I should say good start. A bad start, rather, as Blue Jays demacked, and again, another delay. It's as good as an elimination this late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's just sort of brutal. I mean, if we want to keep it real, like, RIT is sort of just struggling to get themselves out of the spawn, and as the ticks go through, there's more ultimates coming up on board, and those are deadly. Cave in particular is one you talked about.
Yeah, they're... We talked about Infernal perhaps being the Feast or Famine pick, but causing enough harassment and sort of irritation that it's going to allow another pickoff, and they're likely going to be able to be res here, actually.
Well, that's looking good. As I say that, Forgotten does find the opposing DPS player there, so somewhat openings here for RIT as they try to force their way forward. There's 67% and counting on that ticker, and RIT still unable to break through this first choke point.
This is disastrous, because it's going to be last fight territory, and then you have the control on the objective of the minefield and the whole hog, and you haven't even needed to use the support ultimates either, as both of them are just barely ticking up now. So Bay State in a great position to kind of close this map out right here, right now.
Attempt being made there to disrupt. That was from Faded, but actually there's an opening pick. The Cowboy coming in good. Infernal having a bit of trouble on that Roadhog, it could be said. He said Feast or Famine. Right now it's Famine, but the Resurrection is coming through, and that is going to keep everyone healthy. Speaking of healthy, Sound Barrier's out, and the capture there for RIT, but the fight, it sure as heck ain't over yet, as everyone comes back in towards this point. And I say everyone, it's really kind of a half and half fight, as only one player going for the point, but we got to play with the team, and ultimate's coming to fruition. BSC converting the majority of those kills their way.
Yeah, and it's going to be only a couple, 20% online here for RIT in this map in totality, as Blue Jay is going to be eliminated. The overtime will tick away, and I do not think anyone else will contest. So map number 1 goes over to BSC, essentially uncontested, Vincent, in that regard, because as we get a quick look at the highlight of the game here, Bay State really had control of the timing on the map, right? They didn't give a lot of space for RIT to return. And even when the point was captured by RIT, there wasn't a lot of utility that they had to kind of take the fight. It was a one-person takeover that really did not herald a whole lot of space to RIT. So a lot of work left for this team that was formerly in the red, because they are currently in the red, as it's a 1-0 scoreline here for BSC.
And I asked you before we got started how big a difference is between these two teams, and talking about control in particular. If it's an uncontested control, it kind of can be a difficult sign for
Yeah.
the underdog moving forward. And well, that is certainly what RIT have. But before we continue here with map number 2, I do want to mention Gummy Shot, which is one of the awesome sponsors of this programming. They are not a fan of traditional energy shots, drinks, coffees, or caffeine pills. Now you can have caffeine and a great flavor with Gummy Shot gummies. They are made with natural caffeine and green coffee bean extract, real fruit, and high in antioxidants from vitamin D. These gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes. Definitely take a peek at one of their awesome flavors. Could maybe try the sweet and juicy elderberry or the tropical. I had some of those the other day, and they are absolutely fantastic, delicious pineapple and mango flavors. Definitely go ahead and check those out. You can find them at gummyshot.com or at Amazon, whichever you prefer.
Yeah. Actually, those are pretty tasty sounding flavors. I gotta, maybe try a couple more of them, if you will. Is elderberry? I have to say, elderberry actually is probably the highlight amongst them. There's something about the concept of something that's just a little tart but mostly sweet that really speaks to me, I guess. So,
you and I are on the same page there. Yeah. Absolutely same page. I'm excited. I got sent some the other day, and I'm excited for the elderberry. I really want to try it. Yeah. Haven't gotten a chance to just yet, but you definitely can. Make sure to go pick those up. With that being said, LaFawn, I just need you to prep me here. Yeah. Map number 2 coming in. What do you expect?
Kings Row. I say that. I already knew it was Kings Row because I had a chance to look at our production information and kind of get the voice in my ear, so to speak. So, a little inside info there for you, for everyone watching it at home. But no, Kings Row. Even if I didn't have that information, I could have guessed. If Lijiang Towers are map number 1, Kings Rows are map number 2 in terms of level of pick rate. So a little less popular perhaps than Lijiang Tower. We've had a couple more showings, but I digress. Regardless, as we get into Kings Row, it's going to be BSC on the defense as well here, and rightfully so. The fact that a stronger team always wants to be on the defense because it allows you to end the map that much quicker, right? That's why you often see stronger teams try and play defense early. You get to set the sort of pace of the map, if you will. For RIT, though, this first point is incredibly important. If they get shut out here, then you're looking to a map number 3, and you're saying, "Oh God, we have to begin the reverse sweep." We got kind of shut out on the first and second map, and so the fact that they're opening up here, this needs to be a clean fight, and they need to win it handily. And honestly, the composition makes more sense than what BSC is running.
Yeah, well, to be fair, this is the composition with the exception of that May that we've seen before. That said, Forgotten, he has not forgotten how to shoot heads because that's an easy opening kill. They get a double. In fact, that was not a headshot, but that's okay. That's going to push back everybody from RIT as they regroup.
All right, so I said that this composition here from RIT makes more sense than BSC, and I still stand by that, but your execution needs to be on point, right? And, we're past the regular season where teams have the luxury of, not being practiced. These are the conference playoffs. You have to know how your composition works. You have no more chances, right? So in this particular instance, you need to get a 6-player rotation in either through Hotel or the high ground here, and dodge the damage from the Widow specifically. That is your kryptonite here. If an initial pick starts off, BSC will be in control. So RIT, they need to get in close.
Look at Cam, though. He's coming around the back. The Cowboys got it out, down and dusted. And the Riptire to follow up is even better. No more main support. And, okay, just disgusting work on the Junkrat coming in for the flank and disrupting everything that RIT could have hoped and wanted.
Oh, I do not like this Widow pick. This Widow pick does not have a lot of synchronicity with this team composition that RIT is running. They do get 1/3 of the objective, so a draw not possible unless the entire map gets completed in this particular instance, but you don't really see... You switch over and then switch back. Now we see the Tracer. RIT need to find a way to get to the objective and force a fight here.
So much indecision, and that can be deadly. Speaking of deadly, Cave's doing it again. Applying pressure from one angle, the Widow the other. It's so much work being done. And by the way, I mentioned the support line there. That Lucio in particular has had a fair few frags of his own, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Mika has been a standout here for BSC over the season. A very frag-heavy support on the Lucio nonetheless, too. So not particularly known for its slaying potential, but Mika makes it work. Now, BSC are in control. They have the Gravitic Flux. They're going to have a Riptire again, and Sound Barrier is going to be online here should the Shatter, land, which Peter's going to have a hard time getting it down.
Speaking of getting something down, the Gravitic Flux thrown down, and it's going to be met with a Sound Barrier and that lamp. It's not going to go forward, but That's unfortunate. Reinhardt trying to get involved. Blocked out as Gabe throws it. And yet another Riptire that is successful. It's a little bit back and forth, though. Not everyone down 3 versus 3 as it currently stands. And Forgotten on the point now, no longer into the fight. As this is looking like RIT might just eke their way a win.
That is going to be the point flipped over, especially because there's no full reset here from BSC, so they will not get a full contest on the objective. They're attempting it, but it's not going to be very effective here. You can see the staggered picks coming in, and now we look to the second phase of King's Road to see what RIT can kind of, handle their way through. There's a switch mostly here from BSC. We're seeing some high-tempo characters with the Winston. We saw the Tracer, obviously, from Forgotten. You're looking to see there's a little bit more cohesion. Oh, okay, Doomfist. So BSC are going to play this weird pseudo dive. The Reinhardt is going to act more like a dive character here too, and then anchor in the front line. I know that sounds weird to, sounds weird to hear, but Fada's going to try and play aggressively and then hold the shield to give space for the remaining members to work with. No Cave gets felled in the back line.
Well, and you talk about space. There really isn't a lot of space right now. RIT taking a lot of that in force. That being said, it's been good for BSC. They've pushed forward and not get too disrupted. Forgotten trying to do some crowd control there with that punch on the Doomfist, and it is indeed working quite well. The pressure being applied. Here's the Deadeye. He's going to find one frag, and that's Forgotten down. And the follow-up as well from the opposition in the Tracer. The right click is doing work as Choco Man continues to find frags. This is RIT kind of, loving the chaos and winning it.
Yeah. For BSC, I mean, I critiqued the composition that RIT was kind of switching to several times in their offensive or on point A, and I have to say the same critique has to come in here to BSC. This composition does not have a defensive opportunity, right? They don't. Reinhardt does not fulfill the same role that a Diva or a Sigma necessarily would. You can see the damage that Basic College is kind of eating as a result.
Indeed, there's going to be the nano boost. It's a double support ult as well. The sound barrier comes through. There goes the self-destruct, and Faded is the victim. Infernal does come in with some additional damage, and, well, no longer with that additional damage. Now going to utilize the Angry Monkey as he tries to push forward, tries to disrupt, and disruption's all he gets because he's gone down along with pretty much everyone else. Gabe trying to fight this back. Does get a DMAC, does get one with the pulse bomb, and potentially find something else, but everyone else is falling around him, and that's going to confirm point number 2 in RIT's favor.
And we're going to see the Widow come out from Forgotten, who was very strong on her point 1, and now finally BSC, after giving up second without much fanfare, do go over to a composition that makes more sense here. Obviously, the Tracer now going to have a really hard time. Essel, lots of big shatter. That's 5.
No doubt about it. It's huge, and it's just 2 kills off the immediate aftermath, but it's 2 big ones for Tracer, and the Badis going all gone. Everyone's forced back there for RIT off just that one ultimate.
We could sing Faded's praise, but there was no shield, so they all grouped up. And you know what? I'm not gonna say it was a particularly difficult shatter to land, though a timely one. Now, RIT, ooh, this pulse bomb gets denied. Big pick by Infernal, and that's what you need. You need an off tank to kind of be there to protect your team, and in fact, Infernal is there. Now, RIT are back to the drawing board, and you'd like to see sort of an adaptation here because this composition does really struggle, against sort of this dominant front line that Faded can kind of set up. Especially with all the stuns that are going to be available. I say all the stuns. You can add specifically, which will make Pepper's life very, very difficult on the wrecking ball.
So we saw the bit of an interesting self-destruct there. That does buy some time for Faded to get back, and I'm saying that he's now on the Roadhog. An interesting decision, but there's the Blue Jay on the Roadhog as well. So against Hog v Hog, there is going to be a purple coming through, and it's a sound barrier to answer. So a very expensive utilization of that ultimate is going to be throwing that in. It seems to be working overall. RIT pushing back BSC. Has Forgotten now snuck up onto the Widowmaker once again. He's found one successful pick, but that's pretty much all you can say for BSC because everyone else is falling.
Yeah. Now here's the issue. Oh, nice dodge on the hook there. Not going to be able to escape for much longer, but it's going to be below a minute now on the clock for the time bacon. For BSC, they don't really have a lot of closeout potential, though they do have, of course, the rally coming online, but they need someone to contest. They need someone to get to the objective. Never mind. Give me 50 seconds on the clock. No way you get there. Such is the life of the composition that BSC is running, which has no engage potential at all, actually. as we kind of look, scan across, we see a Roadhog Diva. Neither of those are going to be the first, the objective, and then the DPS are also, I think it was a Cassidy and a Widowmaker. So, not the most mobile of characters. It's certainly not the most, brawl-heavy either. And if the second point had no defensive fanfare, well, the third one kind of ended with a whimper as well. Though I will say in BSC's favor, it's less than a minute remaining. So they just need to complete the map at this point.
That's very true. I mean, I think that there was a lot of things going on right there. I think BSD were kind of, as weird as it sounds, floundering against the very odd and just compositionally unaware picks that we were seeing from RIT. Like the hog with the ball, it's so effective at disruption, but it was effective at doing exactly that, and BSC couldn't contend with it. They sort of kind of went from idea to idea without coming to a real answer, and well, now they seem to have come to an answer of their own if this isn't any troll picks from our attackers.
Yeah, we can sort of pan across RIT first, though, because this is a composition that is, in effect, similar, though the angle at which they're going to complete the attack is different, right? Where Bay State has the aerial threat, it's going to be the low ground Tracer Cassidy putting the main damage throughput for RIT. And, I think it's really going to come down to how well can the supports be shut down, because it's going to be very difficult to take away Bay State's, supports. Meanwhile, the healing throughput of RIT is going to be much higher.
They're also going to have to contend with Cabe, who has been sort of a deadly player for the BSC thus far, and with the help of Mikan on the pocket, is going to be making life miserable. Forgotten as well on the Echo, so it's the double flyers and a very split defense, understandably considering the competition. There goes the ball, faded, applying pressure to the Brigida, and in fact finding the success on towards that Brigida. As that's happening, Faded is making moves and kind of pushing everyone back into one little angle there, and with Inferno putting down damage and taking out the opposing Roadhog. Seems that BSC have found a big opening, and RIT aren't able to respond.
Yeah, I think that was a flashback right click there on the cave inside the high ground. Nice roll up there. This fight's not quite over yet, and another pick could actually allow RIT back into this if the test is still here.
Yeah, with the Lucio going down especially, that's the big deal, but as I'm saying, that Brigida, the only one for sustain on the point, still left alive as now the Ana's gone down, but this is looking more and more deadly as time goes on, and indeed it is, though it did take a little bit of extra ultimates here. Obviously, the whole hog and the ball, as well as the
yeah. Oh, you're also gonna get the duplicate, but Ibisky, nice double pick there, or double headshot, I should say. As Forgotten gets elimination, this is big. So you're gonna see the switch over, I believe. Oh no, Beta actually just goes back to the heal. Yeah, BSC doing a great job here, staggering out eliminations rather. If they can get another one, this is just going to really almost certainly give them the second point for free.
Well, I mean, that's one way to get another kill. He was already pretty low. There's the Deadeye trying to just farm some space, really, but with the grab on that hook. Well played. Does go down for the trouble. Swap there by on towards the legs as the soldier comes through. But it's all about space gained, and the space gained by BSC off the back of these picks is outrageous.
Yeah, I think the more critical thing too is that Bay State's not dying, so they're just continuing to just be an irritating nuisance here in the back line. Mikan with some fantastic movement there off the Pharah as well. And you can see, I mean, RIT have elected to just ignore this Pharah Mercy and go to the cart.
They kind of had to, though. If they kept trying to fight, they were losing. They were losing the 2v6, so that really is the right play for them, all things considered. But with Cave coming back in for the help, dispatching the Ana, and really shutting down the rest of the push, despite some loss of life for BSC, only I think one player going down over the course of that. It's still overall a winning strategy. With the ball, the only one left alive, quickly going to be taken out by that Pharah Mercy.
Yeah, it's a no-win situation there for RIT, right? You either lose the 2v6 or you lose the 6v or the 6v4 in on the objective, and that's just going to mean the second point's going to turn over here. I would say the cart slowly moved its way through, but because it's entirely uncontested, they're going to head into third with just shy of 5 minutes remaining. And now RIT really has to stall the clock out here. You do not want to be in a position where you're forced to have a significant time bank disadvantage.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sticky's finding two for the price of one. The duplication on towards the Brigida, going to farm up a quick rally by the hopes of out some additional damage. Speaking of which, that was close. Almost got hit by the DMAC, or the remake rather. Grattan still stays alive, and Inferno is doing massive work there with the Roadhog, able to find the 3 kills, 1 off the hook, and much more. Trying for another hook with the DMAC as well. LaFawn, this is brutal.
Yeah, it really is. The cart hasn't moved that far though, so as one side as this fight has really been, there is still potential for RIT to get a recontest.
I mean, that's, I guess the positive news, if you want to take anything positive away. Forgotten has already pushed back Pepper to spawn, though, once more. And he's just continuing to go the way of BSC. I just don't know if there's any way to make the comeback. Now that card, you said it hadn't gone too far. Now it has. It's gone all the way. And, well, they got 1 recontest, but a second, it's a bit dicey.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. 3:41 to a minute. So that was a 3-minute, what is that? 2-minute 41-second difference across the 2 teams. That's pretty massive. And, those of you who are ancient in Overwatch, like myself, you'll remember a certain Selfless team at one point in time who did something very similar to kind of what we saw Bay State do for the entirety of Kings Row, which Selfless actually used to do a lot of on Kings Row. Right, just have one person on the cart. It was actually a Reinhardt back then, but in this instance, whoever is available will work, and then send the remaining members of your team to literally hold the spawn doors, and it worked out pretty well for them back then, and it has worked remarkably well for Bay State, right now. And now RIT has essentially one shot at taking this objective to try and keep Kings Row in their hands.
That truly is ancient history, now that I think about it. I can't believe I've been watching Overwatch that long, but I have, and so have you apparently. That is a great callback. But nonetheless, K-State here defensively looks like they found something that they like. And well, I don't know that they would be playing this particular composition in a matchup that they found more difficult. I definitely think it's been effective.
Yes. Okay. I said yes, and then I looked at what RT was kind of running. It's like a half and half, like a half stick. Okay, they're pulling the. Are they going to stick on this? Okay, the halt hook. I mean, if they can punish like a flanker, then it'll be ideal. But they're very static composition that the Flyers can really put pressure on. Especially because SL has to watch both Cave and Forgotten.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Having to pressure with this soldier, it's hard enough just playing with the soldier against one of the 2 Flyers, against both of them. It's just going to be tough. Infernal with a nice opening pick. In fact, somehow he gets bailed out. He was purple, no heals available for him, but he got out anyway. Now he does fall. And it is a follow-up as well with the Resurrect on the Ana. Now things are getting a little bit dicey. No more mercy for the offense, but she'll going to come back relatively quickly. Vessel so very low, finally converted by Forgotten with the focusing beam. And in fact, the Roadhog in the back line, this is part of the problem. Once those 2 tanks get split up, they're a lot less deadly, and they can't get on the point either. That is BSC with a quick and easy hold.
They do get 60.4% though, so that's just shy of 2 ticks, right? 2/3 of the objective. There is a win condition established, right? We're not going to get a draw here, and ultimately what that means is that, you don't have to be perfect on your defense. You just have to be mostly perfect for 3 minutes and 41 seconds.
Just that, only that small thing?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Sorry, some of my Canadianism slipped in there where it was, understanding a little bit, but meaning a very difficult thing.
Indeed it is. And well, you know what? It is possible. That's what matters. Possible it is. And well, BSC, I do have faith in them, considering the time bank, considering the domination we've seen thus far, but we're seeing the same sort of composition for RIT by the looks of it. What do you think?
Yeah. It doesn't solve the problem that Bay State really presented on their first attack run, right? That BSC said, we're just going to surround you and then just spam you out with the Pharah, with the Roadhog. And Faded has honestly been quietly the best player in the lobby in terms of like raw mechanics today. On the Wrecking Ball. Has really been just an incredibly irritating player to like kind of play against. And I say that as someone who's played against really good Wrecking Balls, right? Like that kind of player who's just disrupting you constantly, it's so annoying. And I mean, BSC is kind of getting a ton of value off of it.
Well, you've seen how much pressure and difficulties he's put it onto towards the opposing support line, and as a support player, I know what that feels like, and it's rough. Put it that way. Speaking of rough, that is a rough start there for Forgotten. He gets pulled in by the Halton. He gets smacked down by Essel, but he's going to get resurrected there by Mika and then back in towards the fight. Trying to apply pressure from two angles. It's going to be a little bit more difficult considering the positioning of BSC. See the Reinhardt back in towards the back line, trying to position effectively to get a positive look at this. And Walt was going to do just that, but interrupted by the hook. That's nice to see. The Hog doing its work there on Blue Jay. Able to connect. Forgotten. Able to find one. Make it a double there. The headshots coming through. And one healer down as well. Massive damage done to that Orisa as the Roadhog pulls his head out for just a moment. But that's going to be short-lived. The site's now on board. This is all but over.
And in fact, it is indeed over here as that's going to... Step on the point. Step on the point.
Come on.
We know you're there.
Yeah.
Shades of Atlanta Rain, right? But VSC take the 2-0 lead here in this series. And, you know, I think this map was certainly closer. This is going to be through the amplification matrix, by the way. I'm pretty sure. Either that or it's the hotel flank. Hotel flank, yeah. Just no one paying attention. The D.Va just not, you know, able to kind of keep eyes out and then the sort of factor in their own demise as the, you know, Riptide comes out. That being said, you know, for BSC, they're one map away now from moving on out here of the Eastern Conference. And honestly, looking like the likely outcome in, you know, in the third map. So we'll see if, you know, we'll see if RIT can kind of return to form because as it stands, this has been a one-sided showing.
Yeah, that's sort of the difficulty, right? You know, there's a couple aspects that I think we've noticed, right? Number one, BSC, they've just mechanically been playing incredibly well. Can't deny that aspect of the gameplay. You talked about Faded kind of quietly being the best mechanical showing there on that map, and well, the fact that it was quiet shows how BSC have been playing and how our eyes have just been sort of glued to, you know, the more flashy plays with Forgotten and the such on the DPS. The other kind of aspect that I at least have noticed mostly is, well, RIT, they have not had any solutions compositionally to anything Bay State have thrown at them.
Yeah, the thing I'm kind of on the fence on myself though is that looking at how RIT was able to complete the map, right? There is shades of a team that is strategically sound, right? Once they got that first point unlocked, which was difficult, make no mistake about it. But once they got that first stage unlocked, the second and third phases were a lot more easy for them, right? They were able to kind of control the tempo of sort of the map and take fights that were more advantageous to RIT rather than give BSC the space they needed. So, you know, we didn't see that team on map number one. On Control, we did not see that version of RIT. I mean, you don't lose 200 to 20 across two stages and say that you're strategically sound, right? That's just not how that works. But on King's Row, the fact that we go to a 4-3 scoreline and we start to see, you know, moments of brilliance leads me to believe that RIT has it in them. It's just about consistency and shutting down some of those more irritating members that have kind of opened up space for BSC in those sort of 50-50 fights.
Well, my theory is that RIT have some of the individual skill required. It's just been difficult to actually pull that out. And if you remember back, BSC had this weird moment where they swapped their comp for just a second, trying to recontest point A. And I think that's part of the reason like point 2 was such like a no contest and RIT kind of just rolled them over. Once point 3 happened there on King's Row, I think that's fully RIT's victory and they can take credit for that. But on the other side of things, you know, Bay State kind of shot themselves in the foot for point 2, and that's what leads me to believe that RIT, they just need to kind of have those players step up a little bit more, and maybe, just maybe, we could see something better here on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Right, and I want to highlight that point you've just made, actually, because, you know, it's going to be critical here on this third map, Bay State again in blue, defending, so could be what could very possibly be our last map here of this series. It's that the fact that RIT was able to exploit those moments means that they know how to do it. Now they need to know how to force those moments to exploit. That's what changes you from a good team to a great team, and that's going to have to be critical here as Gibraltar opens up.
Well, that is indeed going to be something we're looking out for as the initial jump comes through there by the Monkey. We're seeing obviously very different composition than we've seen all day long because of the geometry here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but much more divey. this double bubble. I don't know. Are we still calling this double bubble? I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
it's for want of a better term. Sure, we'll just keep with double bubble. I think that's good enough. You know.
Yeah, listen, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what I'm
Exactly.
hearing, and I love it. Nonetheless, here we go as the jump up in there. Oh, that was nearly massive. They wanted to take out that lamp. You could have seen the potential pick off onto the main support. Neb was quite low, but fortunately, Infernal's the one who's going to be able to take the dub here with 2 picks, one of which is the main tank, and that is going to have to fall back and reset.
Also, we should highlight that there is a substitute for BSC as Neb steps in for Mikan. Who was playing the sort of flex support role earlier, so that's something to gotta keep an eye out on here for Bay State stepping in. On RIT, I believe the supports are also different. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, Liam, I don't believe is in.
Yeah, so while all that's happening though, RIT just lose the fight as Vergata gets here on the high ground, and yeah, it's a shooting gallery.
Yeah, that shooting gallery. That's a great word for it. I like your thoughts because, unfortunately for RIT, Forgotten, if they're not able to push Forgotten back or at least path around Forgotten, they're going to be having a real tough time getting in. And look at Infernal. You can't really hide as a Roadhog, but this is a darn good attempt, I have to say.
It's a good attempt, but it's found out. So we'll see if they can stay alive. Actually, Immortality Field, and that's the first thing going over to the defense. Forgotten just uncontested here.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Now, granted, that's really just 2 for 1. So, okay, I was gonna say a chance here for RIT with the kills coming through, but especially with Lucio going down for Bay State, anybody who's respawning is gonna have a quick leg back into this fight momentarily.
And more critically, too, is that BSC get all the eliminations they need to prevent that push from coming in with Cave dancing around the objective, right? So, this has been really a struggle as now we're down to a minute half, and RIT has not made it out of their spawn doors, essentially.
This is such a disjointed push is part of the problem. They haven't really grouped effectively, have RIT, and, well, they're getting punished for it. There's another situation where just one player caught out in the open. An attempt by the Monkey to push in and find success. Gonna throw the Primal Rage in there just for good measure. Trying to push back and create space. Create space it does, but it's gonna be enough as our killers as well are caught off in a small room there on the right-hand side. The good news for RIT is their spawn advantage is massive. With the whole hog now coming through and trying to shut it down, and shut it down he does. Double kill there with the whole hog. Up close and personal. That's exactly where you want to be with that raging pig.
That is the first time Forgotten has kind of really been punished, and unfortunately it's when the rest of the team is gone. So you see BSC can just continue holding this high ground. Selfish amplification matrix here from Neb going to lead to a sleep dart, so ultimately rather wasted. And here's where the Dragon Blade needs to come in. You need the Nano Blade here, and you need to go fast because you're running out of time.
That's the win condition. Unfortunately misses the second slash there. Didn't get the nano boost in time. Couldn't get the single slash on towards the sound burying Lucio. And that means that things are going to be tough. Said the sound barrier runs out and the self-destruct comes in. So Infernal is gone. That's a big key player that's no longer in the fight. But it's going to be a quick regroup by the looks of it. Forgotten might get punished, and indeed he is. So with those kills coming through, I do think there's a possibility to push all the way forward. It's really going to be a question of the recontest, and that's coming in already. Kate, as the Pulse Bomb has connected onto the Ana, and in fact follows up on towards that Genji. So lack of damage now coming through, and the DMX forthcoming shortly thereafter. Indeed, come through. Cave has just been absolutely phenomenal here on towards the retake of this point. No one able to shut this man down, and Infernal back and rear end to go as well means that things are just looking worse and worse for RIT.
With Forgotten here, just rain damage completely without, a player to shut him down is going to actually just be the hold here. You do not have anyone to dislodge the Bastion in the top. One of the rare times where this character select is actually a good one. And that's going to be the full hold here on Watchpoint Gibraltar's RIT. Staring down at 69.04 meters, their season's hopes. And, running out of space, running out of time. They now need to contest for 4 minutes and prevent BSC from taking not even a full objective here on point 1.
Wow. That, surprise Bastion, like you said, not usually what you expect to see, but this time it does work, nasty as it is, and it is going to be BSC, like you said, with a very a very small amount of cart to push here. See what the composition is looking like as well. Their defense was incredible. I can't imagine we're going to see much different from the offense, considering this whole series as we've seen.
Yeah, it's going to need to be magic here from RIT. There's no splitting hairs on this one. And I think we highlighted Faded on King's Row. I think Cabe has been the standout player here. Almost single-handedly forcing that full hold, right? Gets the Pulse Bomb stick on to Liam, the Ana player, and then the elimination onto Essel as well. Just start the trickle respawns to come in. And so Cabe has stepped up in a big way on this Tracer and just become a real nuisance. And a deadly one at that.
It's a good way to put it. Here goes that teleport to get everybody over. And, I like the cheekiness. It was a great idea. Unfortunately, it was prepared for pretty well by RIT.
It's like a more aggressive version of the Roadhog, halt hook at a spawn.
Right. Yeah, it's sort of the all-in version with your body and everything. Either way, it is the cart actually moving for a significant amount, despite the fact that BSC not
Oh
really...
no! Oh no! This is tragic. They're waiting for whoever respawns. They're just gonna take them out immediately. I think it's a Wrecking Ball first, so.
I mean, that's good. They're gonna get the information, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Oh, he's immediately gone back to spawn. He's like, nope, that's not gonna work. I'll try something else here later on. A bit of trolling maybe here in the last couple moments, but that's a nasty shot. Nice fight there by the Cowboy and Choco Man.
So yeah, this has kind of stalled out BSC a little bit. Literally as I say it, Abs comes in with elimination. They're still here. This is not nice. This is not. All good. Cart slowly moving forward. Ooh, nice dodge there from Abs on the accretion. Not for long though.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a short-lived moment. I mean, sort of two fights going on. I know it's hard to see, but one is for the back line and one for the front line. That is the real fight, or I should say the real push. Hey, surprise Bastion. Once again, let's see if this works just as well as the last one.
Faded was rolling in. Oh. Well, it started off. Oh yeah. Bye. All right, the sleep dart comes in, but it's a little too late. Minefield is going to make sure that everyone, stays off the objective. And, as kind of unceremoniously as all three maps have kind of ended, that's going to be BSC just punching their ticket forward.
Yeah. BSC with a little BM at the end. Sort of to be understandable, just a little bit. And they're having fun with it as well. Yep. I say understandable, maybe not understandable, that's not the right word. Either way, it's fun to watch, at least for the moment. And Forgotten, I'm never going to forget the surprise Bastion at the very end, just because, and it working so beautifully, because I think that fight could have turned the other way if it weren't actually for that Bastion.
Yeah, the damage throughput really does kind of come as a surprise, especially because you have the high ground control. Who's going to send it? We saw the Reaper try. Like Essel tried to get up and get behind, but the damage had already been done, right? 2 eliminations, and that's all they wrote for the script. So that's going to be, the map ending in a 3-0. And, credit to RIT on King's Row, where they made, a contest, able to take the full map. But in all honesty, this has been a very dominant showing for BSC in the 3-0. The shutout on control, essential shutout, right? It was 200-20 in totality in terms of control percentage. So certainly a dominant showing from our number 1 seed in the Eastern Division.
Yeah, and you know what? BSC deservedly so. They played a phenomenal game. They played a phenomenal entire season thus far. You don't go lossless for no reason. And we saw that just here, right? Yeah. Like it takes a special team. It takes a team with a lot of skill in order to do that. And they've clearly shown that they are ready and rearing to see what any other team has to offer in towards those playoffs.
Yeah, and that's actually something we can talk about too, is that BSC has not dropped a map yet, right? Including today. So they're still, looking for that first map loss that's going to, eventually, you'd think, come to them. But, for the moment, it hasn't happened. And so that's kind of got to be bolstering their, just swagger a little bit. There's an idea of playing with confidence. You got to make sure you ride that line. You don't want to be overconfident, because then you start, damaging your own chances. But being able to play with that level of, what are you going to do about it? it puts a lot of teams on the back foot. And BSC clearly, I mean, part of it, we said at the end there, sure, it's a little bit BM in certain cases. It's also a strong mental game, right? Like you're saying, this is kind of what we're playing. How are you going to react to it? You can't. So we deserve to win. And BSC, as a result, it's not just the mechanics. It's not just the understanding of the game. There's a whole mental aspect to it that we don't talk about. A lot of people don't get the chance to kind of experience firsthand. Well, that is definitely part of it. When you have that level of, how do we react to something we've never seen before? You kind of freeze up a little bit, and BSC take full advantage.
Yeah, I love that you've pointed that out, by the way, because we see that happen even at the higher level of play. Like if you think about like contenders or contenders trials, sometimes you'll have like an established professional player who just happens to be in a place in their career that they're just playing in that kind of tier 2 area. And then there's like some complaints or something when they do really well and maybe kind of play not perfectly against what is in reality some lesser opponents. Well, stop them. That's a great mindset, and I love that you brought that up. Well, if you don't like it, stop them. That's exactly the right thing to think about, and that's a winner's mentality.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not advocating for harassment or toxicity or whatever. There's a line to kind of ride that you have to be careful with. I think BSC played very much on side of it. Playing characters that are in the game, fair game. Winning with them,
Yeah.
fair game. We didn't see anything, we didn't see any teabagging. We didn't see any commentary in game. So other than that, right? You keep it on the field, it's perfectly acceptable, and I think BSC are well served to do it. Sure, to the outside, it might be a little bit of a villain sort of air to it, but that's kind of fun to watch too. So for BSC, they take the 3-0, they move on, and sure, it's not a perfect 3-0. They did give up that Kings Row, full map, but cleans it up post haste, and so we're looking at a scenario now where moving forward. Here's the thing, right? We talked, of course, about how this division has kind of looked, how BSC has been kind of undefeated. We kind of have to pan across the rest of the NACE Starleague because there's a lot of undefeated teams that are kind of in the same position that BSC is, and so it's shaping up to be a very interesting playoffs look, certainly as we get further into the postseason here.
Yeah, and I'm going to put you on the spot, so I apologize if you don't have an answer ready. You could say, I'm not sure, but speaking of that, I know that there is some good teams looking up. Is there anybody that you're like thinking, oh, BSC against this team would be interesting as we move in towards that playoffs conversation?
I haven't quite looked at sort of the setups in terms of like who might be playing who. So if I name a team here that's not going to be playing each other, I apologize. But University of Texas Dallas comes to mind immediately, right? If BSC had that swagger, University of Texas Dallas takes it all the way, right? They go and say, all right, what are you going to do about it? I don't think they've given up a point in the entire season. Not just a map.
Boy.
I don't think they've given up a point, like an objective.
That's crazy.
So,
what?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that coming into play too. So we'll see. We'll see. That's interesting stuff for sure.
I'm being convinced as we speak that I need to be tuned into every single NACE playoff match as we move forward, because that is absolutely outrageous to move through a season without dropping a single point, not much less a map for that matter. I thought that was impressive. I guess it color me surprised as we look forward. But yeah, just to sort of reiterate, BSC looked solid, played solid, were incredible in this setup, and I mean, I think that just goes to show that, well, they need to go on and face bigger and better, because this Eastern Conference, it just wasn't enough for them.
Yeah, I will say, if in the interest of them looking forward and kind of this is not reminiscing about their season anymore, right? They're still very much in the hunt of continuing things on, and so we can kind of take a little bit of issue with some of their performances actually at this point in time, because they still have to they can't stop here. They still have time to improve. They still have time to kind of perform better. I think the one thing we kind of have to expect from them, that Kings Row is really the focal point, I think, for us, is that the compositional setup, the switches weren't particularly coherent on second and third, right? It really did cost them a lot of spacing. So for BSC, while they performed eminently well here today, there is clearly still room for improvement, despite the standout performance we saw from multiple players across the roster.
Well, Fawn, thank you so much for that awesome information, especially talking about them as they kind of move forward into the next phase of competition. That being said, we are on for an interview, but we are going to take a short break before we get there. So thank you so much for your patience. We'll be back after just a few minutes. Alrighty, folks, thank you so much for your patience. We are back for the back end of our Overwatch coverage today, but we have one more thing to talk about. But before we get to that, I do want to talk about how every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer, and 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. When this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, or LLS, is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS Hero of the Game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LLS Hero of the Game is going to be Neb, as we welcome them to the guest room. Neb, congratulations on the victory, but I guess that's sort of what you have been doing all season.
Yeah. I mean, I have full confidence in our team to win almost every match that we get into.
I mean, makes sense, right? You guys are currently sitting. I mean, currently you made it out of the Eastern Conference here, so let's take a moment to kind of reminisce about the regular season. As a result, you guys played, are undefeated throughout. Is there any moment that really kind of stood out to you over the regular season?
Mm, no, not really. What, we were 33-0 in map count. I don't remember any match so far. Nothing really.
I mean, it makes sense, right? When you're kind of sitting with that scoreline, we did highlight that on broadcast. How you guys are not just undefeated in matches, but in maps as well. We want to take a quick look though, as we kind of head through. You guys play a more unconventional style, compared to what we would expect, in terms of standard setups. Obviously, the Roadhog makes a lot of appearances, but is that something your team kind of prides itself in? That level of unconventional gameplay?
No, against like really good teams like Northwood and UTD that you were mentioning, we'll play actual comps. But if a team's not a challenge, then we pick troll picks basically. Infernal on the hog.
Fair enough. All right, last question for me here, Nab, and it's more directed at you specifically. We saw you step in for the third map, I believe, and mostly the Baptiste. What has kind of really been your focus on the team throughout this season?
Well, I'm a flex support, but I've been like the brick specialist, so I didn't get to play Li Zhang or King's Row because it's mostly Lucio maps, which are main support Mekon plays. So, and then by the third map, we were on all troll picks, so I just said, okay, I'm playing BAP, and then Moira at your spawn door. That's basically what happened.
Oh man, well, it was a great time to watch, and one of my final questions is: as you move towards the overall playoffs, is there any team that you are worried about, that you're kind of thinking, oh, this is going to be a real tough opponent?
I mean, we're not worried about any team, right? Northwood's given us some trouble. We're ready for revenge against them. I mean, UTD is our main warm-up partner, so we have some experience and some VODs against them, So really those two teams, and then I guess Harrisburg are the main challenges that'll face us in NACE.
Gotcha. And final question before we let you go: is anybody that you want to shout out or say hello to while you're on broadcast here today?
Shout out to my mom, A. Burton in chat, and my grandpa, Papa D 1963.
Well, I absolutely appreciate you coming on, taking the time to talk to us. Nab, you have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Alrighty, and with that being said, some interesting insight there. I think we can both agree. Having fun.
Yeah.
Is what I hear from Neb.
Yeah, just a brash confidence in a good way. We talked about the confidence earlier, and I'm glad to see that it mirrors out in how they approach the game. Often we hear players, when they play in game one way, and then out of game they're like, yeah, we tried our hardest, and no, Neb straight up, right? They ran what they thought would work, and it worked. So they just kept it going, and I like to see that level of honesty from players, especially when they're having fun with it. Right? Go for the game.
Yeah, 150%. I definitely love to see that, but unfortunately, Fawn, that is just about it for you and I, at least for Overwatch. I don't think we have any other games. I think Counter-Strike coming up after this, if I'm not mistaken, on this stream. So definitely, if you are interested, to check that out. I'll be back for that. But with that being said, thank you to everyone who's been watching. We'll be coming in back shortly with more awesome esports action. So definitely don't go too far. Hello and welcome back to the NACE Starleague. It is conference championship time here for the Counter-Strike side of things. We're headed to the Northeast Division. My name is Vincent. I'm joined here by Cole or Exner Cass, and I am absolutely prepped and ready for what we have today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Super excited to get into these matchups. Should be a lot of fun. You have the conference over in the northeast right now, so excited to get into that. We get some familiar faces over at Ryerson, which is going to be a lot of fun to cast.
100%. Like, and let's talk about Ryerson for just a second here, Cole, because well, you say familiar faces, and they are familiar faces. The reason being is that they took third place overall last season, and so they were able to kind of run the gauntlet up until they met their matches in Michigan State, who we actually casted last on Friday, actually.
Yeah,
Even last week
the
on
weekend's
Friday.
flown by, hasn't
I
it?
know it sure has. Anyway, nonetheless, it's good. It's exciting. I'm ready to see Ryerson put on the performance again. We haven't casted them this year, this
Yeah.
season. But they're going up against an unknown for us, Lebanon Valley College. I had to look up where that is. It's in Pennsylvania, by the way. And these guys are undefeated, 9-0 on the season. Let's take a look though at that roster, and you can run us through what you are seeing here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, Lebanon Valley College is an interesting one because the real kicker here is they're coming into this as the first seed, Ryerson the second. So you can tell that they've obviously had their victory over Ryerson this season so far, but they're working with Bagels, Bat Speed, Bauer, Afar, and then Big T 20,000. So a lot of cool names on here. Big T one of them, but for the most part, Bat Speed is going to be the real player to watch right now. I believe he's over at rank G, has a lot of the experience to helm the roster. But the really good sign for this is that they've played over 40 scrims so far, 40 practice matches before this season has ended. From the start to the end of the season, 40 practice matches. That's a lot of work that they're putting in the off time for a collegiate team.
Yeah, you and I, we talk to in our interviews often. We say, hey, so how often do you guys practice? And it's I will say, worrying amount of teams that are just like, yeah, we just show up and we frag out. And
Right.
whilst that's all well and good for teams that can just do that, I love that LVC are here and they're grinding for it. And they're 9-0 for the trouble. That is just a phenomenal storyline that I'm excited to see come to fruition today here in the conference championship.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm going to be looking forward to as well because I kind of talked about the matchup between these two teams in the regular season. And, well, it didn't look so good for Ryerson. At least it was the round number one. It was the first match of the season here over in the NACE Starleague. And so maybe there's some time to heal those wounds for Ryerson. But the fact that we see LVC putting in a lot of work is really, really promising. That's an adjustment that I'm excited to see. And, if they can come back stronger versus a Ryerson that's now looking to probably take some names in playoffs like they did in the last season, then this could be a worrying sign as well for LVC.
That is certainly the case. And, well, we are ready to take a look at the map picks. We'll see if there's any differentiation from the maps that we saw in the prior matchup in that week one series for today. Vertigo banned out by Ryerson. Interesting because Ryerson, they do play a bit of Vertigo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mirage to follow. No Mirage today is crazy, I know. But we head to Inferno. That's a part of our collegiate classic here. And it's somewhat understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, they were an Inferno team, Ryerson. They played it when they had to, and they did a phenomenal job of doing just that. On the other side of things, Overpass is an understanding pick for LVC. The reason that I say that is because back in that best of three at week one, where LVC won against Ryerson, it was 16-6, the final map on Overpass that LVC were able to take in order to confirm the reverse sweep. So I think that these first two maps make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty exciting, and the nuke to finish things off. I think that, though, all things considered, LVC, they should be pretty happy with this veto. They've actually built up a good map pool. I'm just kind of reading off of some of their scrim stats here, but their most practiced maps are Inferno and Overpass, and then nuke is their third. So the fact that that is the case, they get their top three practice maps. Again, you talked about the strength of Ryerson's Inferno from last season, and that can be something that they can use to their pocket pick. But it should be a good sign here that they've been able to work the veto to get to their 3 most played maps in practice.
That's true. I will say that Nuke, well, it isn't particularly something that Ryerson played last year, but I mean, there's been a lot of time between then and now, and so they were successful on it when they did play it. I would imagine that's the case this year as well. But I think we got to get to Nuke. In all honesty, that's a big question mark for me, because Inferno and Overpass, I think, could both go the way of LVC. I talked about how Overpass was a pretty dominant win for them in the last series that they played, but Inferno was also an LVC victory in map number 2 of that prior series. Now that was a lot closer. It was 16-12, but a win nonetheless.
Yeah, I think we should, at least if history repeats itself, get to a third map between these 2 teams. But I mean, LVC putting in that work is always going to be a good sign. That's going to be something that I'm going to keep an eye out for, and I want to see improvement from maybe a 2-1 victory in the beginning of the season to a 2-0 victory, because I imagine some of the Ryerson players are very busy. I know that Dens is currently playing at Advance, and he's one of the players that I think is inching his way towards a lot of playoff experience, or maybe even a chance at a relegation tournament here shortly enough. So very excited for him on the rise right now. He's a great piece of firepower for Ryerson, and I think is going to be one of the biggest win conditions alongside players like Azinzin and NACE to lead them across the line in this victory.
Yeah, 100%. I think that you've hit the nail on the head for that. The thing that I also want to kind of mention is that on paper, this still looks like it should be a Ryerson series.
Yeah.
I listen. Got to put respect on LVC's name, because they did win the last time these 2 teams met. But I don't know what that was all back in week 1. I don't know what happened during that. I don't know if there was any circumstances that could go crazy. I mean, for example, you saw what happened on Friday, where a map 1 of craziness happened, and it just so happened that the team that lost, well, they didn't have any warm-up time. I'm not saying that's what happened. Not by any means, but I am saying that the result doesn't make sense in my head for what I know Ryerson to be and the level that I know they can be at. So LVC, I'm really looking forward to what they can show me, because my head's still saying this should be a Ryerson series, even though the past tells me otherwise.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. All the stats kind of favor the likes of Ryerson. That's a weird thing here. I mean, all the stats except for the previous head-to-head, and that is the kicker.
Right.
I mean, the fact that you have so many experienced names on this Ryerson roster, not only in collegiate but in other leagues as well, makes you think that they should have this one locked down. But LVC, I would have to say, maybe through great team play and along those lines, they should have maybe a chance to overcome some of the individuals here that Ryerson have as well. Right now we're seeing some fast progression just straight up the lane.
And it's Ryerson there for the T side of Inferno. Trying to push forward they do. Far on the site, not gonna connect. It's actually gonna be, I say that with 1, but the nade comes over the top. A bit of chip damage to Mace. Push comes back in. 3 versus 4. And shots go down. 1, though, already down. That is Bauer, who is taken out by Nex and Mace with the follow-up with the second frag as well. Nicely done by Ryerson on the approach and the defense of that A site.
Oh, that's a pretty fast aggression right there from Ryerson, just running up lane, taking those fights early on and winning some of them. But look at this. We got 2 Negev buys in round number 2. A lot of controversy around these Negevs and whether they are meta-defining or not, but we'll see how it works for LVC in this round. Interesting stuff.
Wait, was there a change to the Negev that I was unaware of?
No, it's not really a change. I think people are trying to define a meta with these weapons.
I see.
$1,700, and it's very effective at just holding down banana maybe. So there's like new ideas in FPL and stuff like that people are trying to throw out here. But I mean, this is
new ideas. See if it works.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea right now. They have both of them as the B player, which is interesting.
That's true, but I think that's where, for example, a crossfire of those things could be pretty deadly. Unfortunately, one of those Negevs is running away and towards the A side of things, but it's actually a B hit. Next, lining up some utility to put down. 1 Negev to play against, and this is a very interesting buy in the 4 Mac 10s and You just wait for it to reload? Is that the strat here? I don't know. Either way, Mace are gonna find the frag.
Oh, they're walking into B though. They gotta be careful. There's a crossfire here of 2 pistols, not even armored up, and oh my god, Macer. How is he last alive? How has he found himself on an island without bomb in his control? All they have to do is play and wait. Both having position to reveal. Macer's position known as he tries to work through the arch side. He has to walk, but there's only 20 seconds left. The crossfire on A. Even though the Negevs didn't work, the other side of the map sure did. Macer smoked out of the line here. This is 15 seconds. No time to wait around. He has to push through it. That limits his opportunity so much. One towards the back of the boxes here, spotted out. Now there's going to be one peeking through to the pit. Unbelievable right there from LSVC that they're able to grab that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many question marks for me at the end of that round. Like, for example, why aren't LVC rotating a little bit faster over towards B when there's so much pressure applied when the opening pick was there? The other side of that is Ryerson kind of dropping the ball when it comes to those trades in towards the site. It was just pistols, and those pistols quickly dislodged back 10s aplenty. So, buyback is here. Ryerson, kind of similar, or at least symmetry, as it's one rifle, and instead of SMGs, it's pistols.
Yeah, this is very bizarre. I mean, that last round, very awkward now into this one. Limited on what they can bring out here. Looking for the fight is Dins early on towards the arch side of things. Off angle from bat speed is going to be hard to clear, but there's a flashbang for it. Oh my god, Eagle. A bit labored right there. The bat speed goes down, and again, we talked about in the pregame how that's a heavy hitter. And not only that, but Dins is getting given over a rifle here. It's going to be a team kill in, though, from afar, and he can't adjust in time. Back and forth ecos is what we're looking at. There's going to be 2 Negevs right now to bring out.
And look at the utility picked up there by Ryerson as well. If there were to be an attempted retake, which there isn't going to be, that would have been tough to come through. 2 mollies, a smoke, and a flash. That was what the LVC side would have had to contend with. With two Negevs in hand, that really wouldn't have been a very good idea regardless. So, for that reason, Bagels, I don't know if, do you want the USPS out? Do you want the Negev out? Which one's better here at this angle? I don't know, but it's a really solid adjustment and recovery from Ryerson. They got 4 weapons, and if they save them all, that will be huge for their economy.
Yeah, and again, I don't think these Negevs are the scariest thing to let them hold on to either for LVC. It's not a bad idea at letting them save and not hunting too much. I mean, I doubt we'll see LVC just concede this force buy. I think they'll go right back, but no, okay. They don't invest too much in the reinvestment here. You can see a couple of deagles being brought up with no armor to back this one up, and OFR still on the USP, so they're LVC playing it rather conservatively and maybe trying to rely on the 2 Negevs to get most of the heavy lifting done.
I mean, in fairness, if there's going to be heavy lifting done, it probably is going to be those Negevs. But I think the ultimate question is heavy lifting or no heavy lifting, and LVC hoping to turn that into an affirmative. But the buy is perfect here for Ryerson. Off the back of the rifles that they recovered from last round, they really are essentially sitting at a full buy in a situation that you almost would never see normally.
Yeah, this is a really, really good, strong rifle round for them to bring out here. Right now, they're just trying to fake some presence over towards A. They've been pretty good at trying to work some defaults here, but again, they're going to head in towards this B bomb site. There's 2 Negevs waiting. Are they charged up? Are they ready to go? 2 kills in so far. Okay, only 1. Next doesn't want to go around that corner. He can't go around that corner. They can't even move. And they're just going to continue. What on earth is going on here? Big T finds 2 more kills. This is surreal. Oh my god. The Negevs just choose straight through the execute right there. What is happening?
Where's the flash there, you know?
I don't know if a flash would help you.
I mean, I guess that's fair. There was a flash there and it didn't do jack diddly squat, but that's because Bauer found the frag there with the deagle. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's definitely more to be seen. We'll keep an eye on that as things move forward. That one Negev is going to keep its place. And, nope, there's 2. Big T's got one as well. And, I mean, effectiveness, questionable, but certainly at times it can find success. We just saw it.
Yeah, no kidding. That is a absurd round right there. Just chewing through the defense, and they don't want anything to do with that B bomb site. It's head back to the A side of things, and that's Dins finding the opener. tower now down and in spawn already. Is Din's looking to cut off rotations here already in CT. This is a long-range angle with the Negev. Surely doesn't work out for him. Although they're not spotted just yet. Okay, Din's is able to react in time. There goes your closest rotator already down. But they have to find the B-bomb site. There's still a far left. 2 kills delivered in the backlines here. Needs to find more, but the Din's flank will eventually come through and leave it up to him to find 3 kills to just shut this round down. Now Baggles left last alive in a 2v1. Negev is not the ideal retake weapon, I'd have to imagine, but who knows?
Well, we've both been learning, Cole.
We
so
have.
let's learn together here. Bagels, he's in position. Going for the USPS for now, so maybe you're right. When does he pull out the Negev? The answer is never. He goes for the AK. Understandable. And there's the first, but nobody expects the second player in the close corner, do they? Such a ridiculously good angle. I don't know. How long do you think it'll be before that's just always going to be checked?
It's very, very difficult because a lot of times it's like a position where you try and make it feel like it's clear by stacking someone on the mid side or something along those lines. And so you're like, surely there's not 2, which is a lot of the goals of defensive setups. And so, I mean, who knows? It could never be a thing that is fully cleared at all times because it's so hard to. It's such a hard angle. It causes so much commitment. Either way, jump back 7 coming through here. We'll see if it's as effective as in the Negev. Seems like so far not quite.
Definitely not at that range. That's pretty nice. So P250 put to work. Pays for itself. It's sort of the allure of the P250, to be fair. Usually going to get a kill with it, and that is paying for itself. 2 to 3 here. LVC still down by 1, and these pistols are going to find some trouble, I would imagine, over the course of this push. As it is going to be an A hit. One up in Palace, and bracket control coming shortly here. As how fast can NACE find the player out? Well, immediately and quickly. 0-4 down.
The numbers punched in here. At the very least, you can bring it. Mag 7 bat speed actually has a good bit in its reserves, so wondering if they want to get an op and then to the next round. LVC certainly an option with the amount of money they've got. I'll just go ahead and hold on. I like the conservativeness of LVC, making sure that they have so much money to bring into these future rounds. But any exits they can gather at this point would be even better. They don't want to give Ryerson too much economy. Allow for them to start steamrolling that T side. That's honestly one of the hardest things to overcome if you're on the CT side of Inferno. This is a constant gun rounds, constant pressure that can be applied with full utility all throughout the map. But here you go. That's a freebie. Gets caught off guard. Another. That's a lot of money. Okay, no. Macer takes him down.
Good recovery there by Macer as well. Don't want things getting out of hand. And with that, it's a 2-round advantage for Ryerson, but a buy-in for LVC. And you can see the buy, it's pretty decent. Only 1 kit, though, and an op, yes, but it is at the cost of Baggles, who doesn't have a weapon. There's the push. Nicely found. That's Batsby, the one to watch that we were talking about. But next, oh, he's beautiful. Able to pick up a double kill there. Blind as a bat and unable to connect. Bad speed.
Do recover.
That's a crucial miss there from Bagels in the backside of that retake, recovering the op and trying to go for something cheeky. Can't quite connect. His back to the eco rounds here, LVC. That's some damage done as well. So I like the idea, but this is not looking like it's going to be all that effective for now.
Not going for the Negevs here. I'm kind of missing that strategy. at the moment. I very much liked it when it was working there. Maybe it's a bit of confirmation bias. Either way, Lees is in for a world of hurt if he's not careful. Backs are turned, so he will connect. There's one more pushing behind him, and all of these footsteps are being heard. Lees, though, still no commitment coming through, and so they'll walk into this B bomb site. At least they should shortly, with no punishment. Only one deagle around the corner, and it's all up to Eagles to get most of that heavy lifting done.
That it is, and well, here's the push.
Oh,
And
jeez,
well, listen, he's been there a couple of times, though. To be fair,
that is very
you
true.
know, we've seen him there like far too often. I think about this time Ryerson should be well aware. And so far, not a shot there on the USPS. Going to recover Mac 10, but quickly he's taken out, and not much more left for LVC.
Not at all. Now we're going to drop as well here pretty quickly. No issues there. Ryerson on to 6 right now. This is kind of the Ryerson we were coming in expecting as well, and that's a good sign for them. Again, this is a team on paper that we both thought should be a bit better than LVC. It's just that one result that was very, very interesting. The victory from LVC, because Ryerson so much experience, so much collegian, bringing in all 5 from the previous roster after a 3rd place finish. He's expecting to be firing all cylinders, but look at this, just a straight up B rush coming through. It's so much control in the early stages of the rounds. Ryerson are so very happy with the start of this round.
They have done really well to dodge any early grenades. There was a molly obviously going down the HE to follow it up, and well, it's only just a tiny bit of tag damage onto Macer despite the 3 players there. That's not too shabby. Up is standing tall, and ooh, that's a good setup. Bauer on top is able to find that opening frag, and it's Dins of all people to go down as well.
Great start here for LVC trying to recover at the moment. Batspeed looking for more as well. Slim angle. Batspeed very quick with that shot. Not giving Nex a single chance to bounce back. His Batspeed at the moment. Good smoke thrown in from Elise though. That'll block off some vision. Oh no, that actually lands in towards Arch, so it won't block Batspeed vision. No flashbang either. Missed shot though, and Elise is going to win that fight. That's huge. He's going to push that issue in towards the A-bomb site with some space as well. Looking to go through the smoke and far. Just going to clear them. 1 and 2 through the smoke as well. Zinzin goes down, and Mazor in a 1v4. For the most part, probably looking to do some damage to the economy. With 20 seconds left, there's not much you can do in this situation. But break the banks.
Really poor spacing there from Ryerson, and that's what was the problem. You could see initially, I think it was Elise that was the one who was far forward, and he was on a bit of an island in comparison to Macer and Zinzin. So either way, it's gonna be LVC back on the board. Oh wow, what timing! What the heck? Macer comes away with a knife frag on the back end of that round. Outrageous stuff.
Oh my god, you cannot be serious. That is absurd. Knife kill right there. I mean, definitely don't get any loss bonus, but the knife kills and loss bonus enough to make that worth it. That is craziness. Now the back in the hands of Mazor is going to kick things off with an opening frag right there. Bagels down, trying to go for the aggressive pick of his own, but it's going to be the T side that wins out on that duel, and it's Ryerson looking to just bounce right back into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like a weird thing to say, but it's actually LVC that are in a bit of a weird spot, a difficult spot right now, considering the fact that a loss after that prior round would be devastating to their economy. And Ryerson, on the other hand, a planned or something like that would be pretty much easy going. And this is Batspeed. Thing to clear Batspeed, and he's going to get 2 for the price of 1.
That is so well done right there from Bauer and Batspeed. Perfect timing as well. You couldn't have asked for a better position. It was utility. Ryerson maybe wanting to hold on to the molly, sure. You played it a little too safe right there, and you got bit for it. Not throwing that molly towards the cubby. Right now, 3 players stacked over towards the A-bomb site. Not a bad read right now. They're hovering around towards brackets. Macer's going for some information. All these scopes are being heard as well, and B's definitely the site you want to hit. But at this moment, you have one defender in the back lines here just waiting patiently in Emo, looking for just one kill and to give themselves a good chance at retaking.
Both the smokes go out for Ryerson. Do they clear this Emo player? The answer is yes. That's the bomb going down. Macer on the trade. Big T no longer a factor. 10 seconds. Gotta go. Oh, just barely able to get it down. And Macer is doing magical work with the AEWP. 2 frags for him in defense of the plant. And Ryerson turn this thing around to Zofar versus 2. And knows that Macer's in position. And Macer with the ace. Huge plays here for the op player.
That is so good from Macer, man. What a round from him. Ace in a really tricky situation. He's sitting on 15-4 as well. Just pulling his teammates across the finish line in this half. There's only one to close it, and you talked about it before. The money is in such a bad situation for LVC. It's just so lost. Just one to get and a couple bits of upgraded pistols. 8 stack down banana, and no one's gonna receive too much damage. I mean, with the amount of nades that were brought out, Dens is happy to walk away with half of his HP. All things considered. Still though, it just traces right through the smoke here. Chase down, goes through, but Big T catches him off guard. Can he escape? Goes for seconds, and he stays a little bit too long as Nex finds the trade.
You can see these players defending those guns as well. With that gun. More accurately. Ryerson. They had an advantage. They could have hit A fast, but instead they stuck around, which was the right play. And now it's a split defense. 1 towards B, 2 towards A. And so Negev, and I think is over here at B by the looks of it.
Oh, here we go again. Afar, just 150 bullets downrange. They stuck past him though. He finds 2 kills. How does that work so consistently? I'm blowing my mind. It's a real viable strategy, it seems, right now, because there's just such awkwardness in terms of trying to cross that line and the speed that you need to do that, in which now they've got themselves weapons to receive over towards Banana. Zinzin looking to guard it. Both players heading that way though. Macer's in that prime position with the op towards D-box.
There's guns to pick up though right here. They got some space, and they do. That speed up top. Oh, Macer trying to hit the flick, but that's not going to happen. Headshot a bit late, but it's there. Zinzin on the frag. Bat speed now the hero for LVC. Needs to clutch out the bomb. It's tick so far gone, and despite the fact that Macer goes down, it's all good for Ryerson, who even gets the op out of that one.
Last possible second right there. I saw that bomb literally. I saw the fuse starting to go off there. It was just barely alive for Zinzin, but he'll take that up into the next one. That's a nice $5,000 save. Take that any day of the week right now. Double op is the adjustment though from LVC down towards mid. Bats, you gotta be careful, but he catches him. Nicely done from him. And then on the other side of the map, Dins goes down as well.
When in doubt, double up, or something like that.
I think I've heard that before.
Yeah, some coach told me that. No coach ever will have said that, I'm pretty sure. LVC, though, it is an effective strategy. And you and I talk about this pretty extensively, and I think you and I are on the same page. The double op on defense especially is kind of can be used as a crutch, but it's also a fantastic way to adjust your defense and make it just a little bit different than it was ever before, and a whole lot more deadly.
I mean, I think the best part about the double op adjustments for teams is that they can finally get rounds on the board, and that's like the most important thing here. You need to start having rounds either way, though. You execute all on off, they got the Negev and the op to shoot through. This is never a position that they like to be in. Negev just kicks things off. It's going to be the op to help out, the Negev to close. They just can't seem to find the right angle. It's so absurd. It's like a tripwire that you cannot pass. BT just spamming bullets down. It's unbelievably effective.
So I have a theory. I actually think that this is a very exploitable offense or defensive hold, because I think all that you have to actually do is swing wide.
Yeah, they're going for the kill.
Yeah, they're going for the frag, and you just don't do that. You all W key pass, because if you just push past, then it has to try to like readjust, and then you have time to take the shot. So I think if Ryerson just take a moment and think about it, that's actually a very exploitable sort of setup.
You're exactly right, but look at this Hall's pop coming through. Anybody back so turn. That's
Big miss.
another kill right there. 2 wops to try and recover, and it's not working just yet. There, he delivers one. The op shot's not connecting. That's a huge miss. Moto smoke. They're going for fight still though. One quickly wrapping around. Big T towards the flank. Will gather himself a frag. It is 2 pistols to left to close. Mace are very, very low in HP, so he has to do a lot of work here next, holding down the line. Pushed past the issue. He does get traded though. Quickly, Big T now needs a 4K to close. Macer's looking to catch him off guard by playing around these smokes here, right through the smoke graveyard, back to back here, and Macer misses his opportunity inside of it. Now knife is out. Unbelievable. Gets the reload off as well, playing around default box. Time is ticking as well. Macer, how much can you play with him? Knives are out once again, but Big T, no time to defuse, and it's another unreal miss. I just cannot wrap my head around this game.
Bro, what was that outrageousness that we just saw? I mean, props, to be fair, to, I mean, being able to just play Ring Around the Rosie for so long. But denying the ace in addition, and, well, winning an eco round as well. So much to unpack, so little time, and LVC down pretty bad in the first half. Considering that this was an LVC map last time this series occurred, I would be starting to feel a little bit of pressure if I was them.
I mean, there is a bit of an unstoppable force here in Mesa right now as well that you have to check out bagels. There you go. That's an answer. Take him right down. More Mag 7 action. Well, the unusualness of the guns that are being held down to defend the B bombs that are so absurd. He walks away with 46 HP, a kill, and so much damage onto Dents and Macer as well. Taking him down is worth its weight in gold. That Mag 7 not only does a better chance in this round, it gives them extra cash here. Now they're trying to wrap in towards A, but they flash each other. Please is able to find the trade. Now going through that smoke next is so very risky.
Oh, you got the audio cues, so yes, it was risky, but also a pretty good read, all things considered. 3 versus 4.
He's open.
Indeed, one player in that direction, and it looks like they're headed there. Maybe, maybe not. Indecision plaguing Ryerson at this point, and it is the wrong one. They're going to be back towards A. Now, the only positive to take away from that fact is that at least these 2 players are split off from the others, and they're entering in the right direction. Move for it. Going down that smoke, gonna try and deny, but oh, that's me. On the side, 5 seconds left, no time at all, and Bagels with the final frag, and it is gonna be final round here in the half. Is 9-6 is certainly nice, but 10-5 would be better.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Ryerson probably hungry to dominate this half because honestly, in some of these positions, I probably should have. That round shouldn't have gone so easily for LVC considering their start. Bit of a mess up there with the op drop, but right now it's just gonna be another one of those hall pops that worked out for them in the previous. So far, getting that molly down is gonna buy some time. We were smoking for the molly, maybe not. They're just going straight for it. Flashbangs are so good as well. Everyone's blinded up, but Power's defending. Zinzen's going to drop far, and there you go. 2 opening frags and not even a kill. Has to be able to connect them to the leg shot, but bomb is planted. And a 3v2 retake on the hardest site to retake here. Haggles is going to move up towards lane. He's trying to get them before they ever get into good post plants. He's going to jump in towards mini pit. So much information delivered here. Has to adjust his Zinzen, and he does. 1v2 for bat speed with 22 to his name. He's going to leave him in a near impossible situation. Looking for some desperation shots at the moment. Smoke for the bomb is good. He's trying to find his Zinzen right now in pit. Forces him off of the molly, but doesn't quite connect just yet. Hasn't even tapped the bomb, so no one's peeking out. Here, finally, spam through the smoke. It's going to be desperate, but his Zinzen connects. And it will end 10-5 for Ryerson.
Well, you know, I had this moment yesterday, but I think I just spoke that eco round into being. I said 10-5 would be nice, and here we are. LVC, unfortunately, down by 5, but hey, the one thing that I want to add on to that is that imagine if we didn't see that double op adjustment, what the score could have been, because that really was the lifeline for LVC there in the first.
Yeah, it gave him a good chance to fight back there. Although, look at this. Next, peeking down over towards mid. It's just going to be the same exact play that Ryerson threw at them. A fast pop in towards the A-bomb site through lane. This time, though, Dins is there with the dualies. Elise does drop over towards Arch side. Next, and Dins both double down, though. They find themselves 3 kills total, and now they're struggling to get in towards site. They got to retrieve the bomb. There's just no chance. Baggle's going to 1v3 without the bomb in his hands. Going to make things near impossible, and you have Dins to thank for that. They've all rotated in as well. So they got the hard read on the positions. Baggle's even spotted out here, and positions get bad to worse at the moment. Able to sneak his way into Boiler, not quite. As isn't going to find him. That's a pistol round 1 without a single bomb plant and with limited kills here, so it's likely going to be a full eco in this one for LVC.
Yeah, I think it would be some economic mismanagement to buy here for LVC. You know how I feel about those early purchases, but, well, here they are. Bauer bought fully. Opar just with a deagle. Baggles the same, and frags. HE and a frag for Macer.
I mean, I guess I would rather see a full commitment from all 5 rather than just one going for it.
Yeah.
Bit
So
awkward.
weird the half and half, isn't it?
Never like to see that one, that's for sure. And I mean, this could really set yourself a bad tone for the second half. Again, luckily enough, this is Ryerson's map pick, so it's not the end of the world. Pushing down Banana could be a good investment if you can find some kills here, but Eagles aren't quite ringing off as they'd hoped. And X is just going to use that MP9 close range to find for a freebie. 3v5. There's just not a lot you can do to get back into this one, is there?
It's real tough. I mean, you lost the player so early as well, courtesy of that HE grenade. And then Next comes in the backside of Mazer. Quick and easy, quick and dirty. And collecting all the pistols as well. Ryerson up by a mountain here at the opening of the second. And with the pistol round in the second round victory, I'm just not even sure what to call this buy. LVC, they are desperation at this point.
Yeah, that's the only way to put it right there, although that is a great way to get back into this one. Lee's going down. Seems a bit easier to work with limited utility. A lot easier, in fact. The Mace are going for so much here, and he gets punished for it. Bonus round, sure, and you're going to go for risky plays, but man, did that just not work at all for Ryerson. 3 risk-taking, 3 go down. Now it's pretty much, I would have to imagine is Din's holding on to his A1S, looking for some exits maybe, but wouldn't really like to see too much invested into this retake at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Next could find some of these low HP players as well and collect a couple extra bucks. Speaking of which, that is one that's bad speed, who wasn't really particularly low HP either. Now, the jig is up. Next. Information game. Oh man.
Timing.
So unfortunate. Because Next, he was watching that angle seconds before, wasn't he?
Yeah, unfortunate for sure. Denzo, like that he's really just kind of stayed in one position towards B after trying to inch over towards library and maybe catch some people off guard. He really does make sure he grabs that rifle, which is very wise. Definitely want to bring in the A1S. MP9 I wasn't too worried about. And honestly, some good damage towards the tail for Ryerson. All the boxes checked for me in the money management department for this CT side. And into this next round, they actually get a great buy-in. Op in the hands of Macer and full investment in utility and rifles into the others.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Doing a good job. There's Macer. He had the op, and, well, Ofar had a life. It's now being put down as 4v5 immediately engaged in a highly impactful round for a couple of reasons here. The first of which is the money. You see the economy, especially if there's a lack of a plant, it's going to be very, very poor and split. But man, Bagels with that Krieg has really found some opening success on these frags, and to be quite stalwart when he holds the angle. Well, Lee's holding an angle of his own. He's traded. Is in the back of the site, that pit position. He nearly finds a second, but it's 2v2 for the retake.
So much delivered right there. The 3 openings, there's a big gap though in that moto smoke. Nice abuse from Next as well. They know where the last player is alive. Running through this could be a risk though. Big T, 1 and 2 delivered in the 1v2 to keep that money nice for LVC. That is massive from him. Unbelievable.
He's untouched, Cole. 100 health.
Oh my god, did he really survive without getting a single
Yes!
bullet? Oh my god.
Not a singular connection. Oh, connection's worse than sprint out here for Ryerson. I can say that now because they're T-Mobile and it's not a company smile.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Just you're just all over it. But far, that's a bit hot right there. Don't want to stand too long. Man, that was a great round. I feel like if they just waited for that smoke to fade, it was plenty of time on the clock. They could have utilized a bit of it. Not having to run through that smoke either way. That puts them onto a really bad buy right now. Opportunity to bounce back here for LVC off of a huge clutch. That's a momentum builder. You have to be feeling that after a round like that. Big T feeling good. They're gonna head in towards B, it seems.
I like the term momentum builder because you're 100% right about it. And well, unless Ryerson can pull a miracle out of the hat here, LVC should be able to take this one. It's a pretty decent setup. Good check there by Bagels. Man, Bagels is so good at making those checks, but lots of damage is being done. Stations coming through, shots being fired, and well, Macer with the 1 frag on the spam. Bat Speed, though, cleans things up. As I'm saying that, there's 2 players left alive, and Bat Speed's low, but still should be pretty solid.
Man, Bauer really fighting for this win right there, and new box and Big T stands always saying, okay, Bauer's gonna bail him out and finds the 2nd frag as well. So heavy lifting done right there from Bauer to close that one out. Does kind of shape up to be a full team effort here for LVC, trying to close the distance. 4 rounds now to do so. They're moving with some pace before another investment comes through Rice, and they do get the weapons out once again. No op in Macer's hand, but it is great utility. There is no kits either. That could be worrisome.
Yeah, this is... I think Ryerson had the bare minimum for the investment here. Yes, their utility is quite solid, but lacking on those kits, like you said. The lack of head armor, obviously not a problem. AKs and Kriegs to play. Next, trying to play a bit sneaky here at the B site and get an opening duel. So far, it takes a bit of spam damage, but otherwise stays healthy.
Looking to fight down mid. 2 different players peeking from 2 different directions as Ensign and Mace are looking for some aggressive movement. That's a bit of information spotted, not seeing anybody there. So you can work off that. Still, it seems like they're heading back towards this A-bomb set as a unit of 4, leaving one in the lurk of afar. Ensign in an off angle here. Backs could be turned, but that's a nice smoke. Great stuff from LVC to take that brackets control.
How does Zinzan choose to play this? Well, he goes for the spam. Might get punished for it, and he is. Bagels with that frag. It's Bat Speed down to Elise. Now there's 2 prongs to this approach. It's Next with the frag, and Aggles is down. Big T and Co. now down by 1. Here flashes out. It's a bit of a forward attempt by Macer. Really no need to take that fight at that time, but it is a P hit. And 15 seconds. Gotta get that bomb planted and planted. It will go. Oh, but denied! Denied! That might be the round. Can it come back? 6 seconds.
He didn't pick up the bomb.
He didn't pick it up. You're right. It's all over. Ryerson come out with a huge victory off the back of that Macer play.
Oh my god, he just barely lives as well. So far, lucky to stay alive there, because it could have been a disaster if he went down after time. He would have been sitting on $200, $300 to his name and no gun as well. But he does bring it into the next one. That's a huge play from Nex. Huge stuff. For the decision making to go through that smoke, he barely finds the kill before getting taken down. Otherwise, you would put yourself and your team in a 2v3 retake if you don't want to. Boost over the smoke, Macer. That is so ambitious, and it works out wonderfully.
He did it last round with the push, and he's done it again over the smoke. Nasty work. Nasty indeed. And, well, we see now on the last of their of their purchasing power, and now down by 2 in a crucial round.
Oof. Bat speed, I mean, he's forced to try and recover right there. He pushes through the smoke, and he goes 1-for-1, but realistically, he needs to do a whole lot more than that as the leading player. But look at that, Ofar, maybe not so much pressure on Bat speed's shoulders when Ofar's hit shots like that. He's kind of opened up a little bit, but Dins is here to defend, and that's a real problem for these two. He's gonna peek off. We'll find the first kill. Leaves just Ofar left in the 1v3 here, and then that retreat, Dins is really looking to solidify this, as playing with his teammates is much more important than finding this last kill.
Yeah, all 3 of those players, teammates, collecting themselves in towards spawn.
Ooh.
Timing is pretty bad here. No more now with a chance. 1v1's abound. Sticking the defuse.
This might be over.
Oh,
He's
this
barely alive. Oh my god, he's found him. Before. Okay, doesn't go down. Macer plenty of time to get that defuse off. But man, that was unreal right there. Macer a little late to the party, not fully committing to the site, and I can't blame him. Stockfalls was a really big gap that Ryerson weren't accounting for.
Yeah, lots of indecision from Ryerson on that retake. They made the right call to play together, but then unfortunately missed out on playing together.
All the benefits. I guess none of the benefits is the real way to put it.
All the rewards, at least.
Yeah, I guess to get the round at the end of the day. That's the important part. Especially with the fact that that round means that there's limited money here. It's not going to be the greatest investment coming through from the T side. He's made as well. Bauer gets some HP, but doesn't he realize that there's one right around the corner looking for some cheeky kills?
Or chip damage. This time onto bat speed.
Back towards brackets. Very, very passive setup versus the pistols here. Over towards the A side of things, you can see how far they are playing back. Pretty much in a parallel line. Right now. Not trying to give up any fights. It's a great molly. Perfect even. That's going to force him off the totem pole here. How far? Can't retreat. He's forced to play in this awkward position. Oh my god, he doesn't check below him. Next does go down. It's 1-4 trade. Not the end of the world there. And leaves only one. Bat Speed's found him as well. Dins goes down, and that's B open. Rotates are getting cut off as well from Bagels, just letting them all slip by, waiting for his opportunity. It's fully clear, and Bomb's going to move to location. Zinzin, though, is going to clear it out, equalize, and they're going to go back towards A surely in this position.
So this was clear cut. Now it's complicated. No more smoke. Nope, there is
They're going
one.
back to
Sorry,
speed.
Bauer. He's got one. And yeah, they're going to be planting down, but this is This is so clear cut for Ryerson. They are in the advantage here. Oh, and Big
no.
T going down as well. This is brutal. What a find there by Ryerson in the back line. Flashbang, everything, all the utility coming in, but Batspeed still has one frag. Do they expect the second? And the answer is no, but Lee still has the shots. No kit, but that's not a problem. And Ryerson going to be getting their 15th.
Oh man, there was so much that went wrong right there for LVC. There's so much that could have gone right as well. They were so very close to closing that one down and causing some chaos on Ryerson in this matchup. But right there, that solidifies map point of the map pick of Ryerson. Feeling comfortable heading into this one. Plenty of money, plenty of utility for Ryerson to bring out. Real issue, bat speed with the AWP could be a factor here.
See how this continues.
This is just going to be an A-rush right now. They're just pulling it all up. We're already up towards lane. Zinzin forced to smoke them all. That's brilliant. Good use of utility right there. They're clearing out pit. Lees is able to find one, but only one. Zinzin definitely left in no man's land here, trying to find his way out. Big T gets caught. Bomb down now in pit. That buys Cone so much time. One in mini pit right here so far. Needs to find a lot more. Just 1, 2. Needs to stay alive and allow for his teammate to come through as well. Bat speed. To have some impact right now. Great mode of smoke. There might be a gap in that though. We've seen plenty of punishment from those. Batspeed's able to sneak his way out of apartments and cover some of the ground. And Ofar even helps out as well. Next goes down. Bomb received here. And it's Batspeed to have his impact. 1v2 for Macer. The man right now that's on fire. For the side of Ryerson needs to close out for them.
That said, low health, or below half really for both players. Macer snuck himself in a fantastic position. Now knows where the first is. Takes shot in the second. Fortunately, O4 is repositioned far more effectively and connected on the quad kill, by the way. This is a fantastic showing for Ryerson thus far, but obviously they're not out yet. They still have the breath of life.
Staying alive is LVC, for sure. 4 nades. 4 players heading in towards mid. I think I know how this round's going to go down. Just a full-on push, and the nades are going to land here. It's a shoot-down. Only 1 kill, though, with a nade. How did it only become 1 kill? Bauer walking away with 5 HP and a lot of ecos to his name. You got to be happy about that one. But pretty much call it 10.
I thought that should have been a bit better, too.
Yeah, those grenades are duds sometimes in Counter-Strike. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, sometimes it catches just like an angle or something and, you know, cuts off the damage in a very bizarre way. But yeah, nonetheless, eco round not that successful, and actually Ryerson gonna take another just for good measure. And I don't hate this. They have the rounds to play with. Why not just confirm that you're gonna have a very good buy?
Not a bad idea at all, though they are targeting him to Lee's right now. He's gone for a couple of those plays where he not only throws a nade, but also crosses in towards him, and I feel like you pretty much got to choose one because you can see the result. He's not only gotten taken down to 5 HP, but in previous rounds he's been opened up upon going for risks like that, so you have to be careful. Got a bit of a triple app setup right now for the CT side, looking to try and play some close range angles with the pistols. The B execute would be a pristine call here from LVC, and that looks like that's where they're going to finish.
Next, trying to get creative. Doesn't really work. Zinzit does have a frag through smoke. I was trying to spam through, but, well, not ideal. Reboost. Actually, catch anyone out? No, is the answer, but sure did look good. Somehow, Ryerson still have 4 alive and well, and that's a good example of a nade just kind of not working. As limited utility left, only 2 flashes, but obviously all the guns.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him enclosed here as well. Maybe to try and find some exits. Zin's in. Committed to an angle here. Offense. No one's fighting just yet. Everyone holding their position. Then goes a little bit wide, and this is his opportunity on the backles. Down banana as well. Batspeak dropping this off here would be huge. Here, or Mason doesn't get dropped, but this should be a recovery. Next doesn't go down to the bomb as well. So it's a bit of chip damage again. Economy is not the biggest of factors though at this moment for LVC, because 4 rounds in a row are required. You can't afford to lose anymore. Money's no big deal. As long as you bring that op to the next round, you have enough to invest for everybody in AKs and rifles. You're not too worried. But Ryerson, they get rifles of their own here. And now they have to find out how exactly they want to close this match.
Fortunately, Bauer is an involved victim to a pandemic here in Counter-Strike. The knife being in the back.
Oh no,
teammates.
did he get knifed?
Yes, indeed he did.
That's a backstab as well. Oh.
Yeah, pretty rough. And O4 dagged down pretty much just as far with the grenades as Dens and Nax make an aggressive play towards the banana area. Trade 2 for 1 and they gain the advantage off the back.
I mean, you'll take that trade any day of the week, not even knowing that Bauer is weak as well. Shot recycled smoke towards brackets. LVC, what's your real game plan now? And the 3v4. Not a lot of gaps in the defense. B's definitely the prime pickings, but again, you're still running into Dens, and that's going to be a problem. So often has been. How effective he is. They've left the lurking Big T as well, so you're leaving 2 players to try and find entries. One of them being bat speed, so maybe that's a silver lining here for them. Try and keep their heads in this game.
Possibilities abound here. And you can smell the anticipation there.
Timing.
Wow, the timing. That is prime Counter-Strike timing if you are the op player there.
Oh my god.
Bat speed. Big T, though, with an injury here today. Nearly equalized, but not to be. As I say that, though, Big T. Wow, Macer just fully pushing forward there. able to find success. He's got a nade out though, unfortunately. He's gonna go down to the grenades, and yes, the time. I don't
Oh,
think
he
it's
doesn't have it.
enough.
No, it's over.
I don't think so. Yeah. So
Oh my
close.
god.
But so far, LVC down. And that was imperative only because, well, if you remember, Inferno last time was all LVC's game.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I mean, LVC, they showed some real strengths in that match. It wasn't all that bad from them. I feel like they did look pretty good in a lot of those setups. I think there's a little bit of gimmicks thrown in the mix there with the Negev round victories that they had, some triple ops in the mix as well, which was very interesting. But 11 rounds or 12 rounds off of Ryerson isn't bad, and it just goes to show that they were putting in a lot of work versus a team that has so much experience and so much firepower. I would say that with a team that doesn't have the same amount of experience and firepower, it's very impressive that they're able to do this. And not only that, it makes their win earlier in the season that much more impressive as well.
Certainly does. That said, facing a gauntlet here as we move to Overpass. Ryerson, to be fair, though, that is where they were the worst performing in that first series. We've already seen that, well, results then and results now, they vary significantly, with Ryerson already up by 1. Nuke the third should we need it, but it's going to be a break here just for a moment whilst we get that second game prepped and ready. So go grab a snack, maybe get some water, and tune right back in here in just a few, because we got more Counter-Strike coming back at you after this. Alrighty, folks, after that short break, we're just about ready to get underway with map 2. That's going to be Overpass, but, Goal, I think Ryerson, they've showed us what they have to offer on map number 1, but, well, maybe they need a little bit of a boost going into map number 2. They should probably check out Gummy Shot, because if they're not a fan of traditional energy gels, drinks, coffee, or caffeine pills, then you can have caffeine and a great flavor with Gummy Shot Gummies, which are made from natural caffeine from green coffee bean extract, real fruit, and high antioxidants from vitamin D. These gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes, so they're quite healthy for you. And they each have 75 milligrams of plant-based fast-acting energy in each gummy. You can check out some of their flavors: sweet and juicy elderberry, tropical, brimming and delicious pineapple and mango flavors, or Valencia Orange. That's the brand new one. Satisfy your citrusy cravings. Definitely check them out. Come in packs of 3 or 8, and they're available on Amazon.com or GummyShot.com, whichever you prefer.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you've had a nice and long day of Counter Strike, so I'm sure it's nice to have over on your side of things there, and Overwatch, I guess, as well. But yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. I think LVC need a bit of a shot in the arm for Overpass because Ryerson, they looked pretty lights out, and I think that the real silver lining here is that LVC had a couple of gimmicks that they were able to pull out. The give rounds that were kind of absurd, a lot of absurd rounds in general in that matchup, and so Ryerson kind of walking into this one feeling a lot of comfort. But if we look back to our previous result, it was Ryerson winning the map number one, I believe, on Dust 2 in their previous head to head. And so maybe a reverse sweep is in order to keep things consistent.
That's true, but Inferno was one of those maps that started the reverse sweep that
Mhm.
LVC were able to win. Overpass was the same. So, well, depending on how we go, we could be seeing a 2-0 happen if Ryerson are able to completely flip the script, or maybe LVC, like you're saying, can start their second reverse sweep of this year. Either way, I'm excited for it because that means, regardless, I mean, I'm excited to see if Ryerson, can head towards the overall playoffs once again. The conference championships, obviously, is step number one. Or, I mean, seeing new teams coming in and taking series maps over sort of more established names, it's also very fun, very interesting. And on top of that, LVC, well, they had a decent showing in map number one. What do you think the biggest problem that they had in that first map was?
I mean, obviously, I think it was just such a poor CT side. I think for the most part, losing a 10-5 CT side is very very hard to come back from. You had an injured T side, and it did look good. They got 6 rounds, I believe, in total on that T side, and so you gave yourself a little bit of room. You did show that you were obviously very comfortable on a map like Inferno on both sides of the half. But I think economically speaking, not a lot of the rounds went that way, and the rounds that they did were delivered from the gives. So for the most part, I think rifle rounds were a real struggle for them. They kind of let Dins roll all over them. A couple of worrying factors there for LVC, and it's going to be something that they need to adjust for sure going into the overpass.
Well, I'm glad to get your insight, Colin. Hopefully, LVC can take some of those words to heart, to, at least when they're watching it back, see what was maybe going wrong, and well, we'll see if they've adjusted. But we are going to have to go to one more short little break. Apologies. I think we're having some server troubles. Either way, we're going to get those sorted, and we're going to come back, hopefully, with the game prepped and ready to go. Alrighty, folks, and thank you so much for waiting as we get to the second map rather, of this series underway. Ryerson on the upper hand for now. Let's start out on the CT side, and it's going to be LVC who have to make the comeback here on map 2 to start out on the T side.
Got already a very, very nice start for Ryerson. Over on Inferno, we're heading into the second map now, Overpass, where we're gonna land our feet on. And look at this, LVC just going for a full Glock, no utility, just going for straight up armor here, looking to take some fights. And everyone heading in towards these long range angles. The good news is I don't know if they've been spotted. Finally, Nex does so see them. He's looking to buy some time here with some utility, but they're walking into Dins this time.
Well, not so much walking into him as just walking by him, as they head their way down initially, but now the comeback is up towards A. Nice little flash over the top. That's beautiful. Dins isn't able to connect anything just yet. It finally does. The bomb drop. And healthy. Dins trying to sort of get away from this, but able to find and manufacture one more frag before he goes down. Macer as well. 2 versus 2 now. Elise and Macer need to retake the bomb. It ain't planted, and it's dropped there at Optimus. Seems like it's going to be a problem. As I'm saying that, though, Macer now left all alone 1v2.
Those numbers punched in would be huge. Bauer fakes it though. Not just yet will he commit. Acer looking to make his way out. Has a kit in his hands as well, so a bit of time to work with, but still no plan coming through. 20 seconds now left on the clock. Eventually, if he doesn't get those numbers punched in, time pressure is going to put on him. He does eventually plan. That's good. It's a good sign here. Macer just clotheslines him on the peak. And Bauer goes down. Ryerson pick up the pistol. Good news. Still, silver lining is that obviously they get those numbers punched in. So bomb plant will give them a bit of money coming through to this next round.
Yeah, nice to see. It's a nice USPS. Is that one of the new ones? Do you know?
I have to whip it out again. I believe it is the new operation. I
Yeah.
just opened one of those days ago.
Nice to see.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm not all the way up to date with the skins, but either way, Ryerson loving life, and oh, this nade could be big. Goes a little bit farther forward than he had initially, or rather would have initially liked, but still able to collect the frags and the damage and pretty much everything else. And it looks like next, yeah, had an inkling that speed was in that position, and this is a very one-sided affair, especially considering that LVC didn't have much of
It does have some nice work with the deco there, just spinning it all around, but eventually that deco lands in the hands of Zinzin. Here comes a likely is going to be a full-on bonus. No one going down in that last round from Ryerson's going to keep 4 MP9s into play here, the 1 A1S into Dins, and honestly we've seen this before, this sort of play coming through from Ryerson where they go for the full bonus over on Inferno. B-Rush. This could be interesting here. They could walk into a lot of these close range angles, and that could be a disaster. Already a molly missed as well. They're going to rush through the monster pipes here. So look for the molly, and Acer can't find any of them. Aces here, luckily bailed out from Elise. Double kill coming through from him. Weapons upgraded upon him as well. So much damage being done here, and it's going to be Dins to close it out. The ONS has so much impact, and we're off to a hot start in the most literal sense of the word right there.
Well, so there's 2 things to note, I think, big time there. The first is that was the full bonus, and it was a victory for Ryerson. So their money is very strong, and they're buying back in MP9s. The other thing to note, I mean, initially LVC, the utility was fantastic. Those flashbangs kept, I don't know who it was. I want to say it was Next, but I'm not sure. Over in Monster, very, very blind. But then the first round of flashes was over, and everybody else kind of fell afterwards. So it was some good, some bad, and well, here's the ugly: is Zen finds a frag, and well, I thought there might be a trade, but unfortunately, it's not to be. And Zen repositions his big T down. Bauer, the only one left alive.
And yeah, Bauer holds on to the MP9. It actually does drop a weapon. It is that MP9. And chance I'll do is Zenzi not quite hit though. 4-0. Ryerson off to the races over on Overpass, looking to try and recover that previous defeat the same way they did on Inferno. Now we got ourselves an AWP finally in the hands of the Zinzin. Could be picking that up. I believe it was Macer doing some of the T-side hopping. and
Yeah.
CT side, to be fair, over on Inferno. But this time with Zinzin, maybe more of an A player over on Overpass is going to wield the mantle on this map for good reason. Very, very effective weapon.
Yeah, I mean, can't forget Maester with that big op ace in the first. He's down, though. He was the one to find him. Enzo standing stalwart on the site. He has a double, looking for more, and he somehow just run around that player as he comes through the smoke. What an interesting adjustment, and Denz with the triple. Oh, Ryerson doing everything right there in that round, only dropping the leads in the attempt at B.
Yeah, what's going on here right now? I mean, you saw 2 B rushes back to back on the buy rounds. I mean, they are very committed to this for the first 2 weapon rounds. I mean, very important early momentum handed over pretty much to Ryerson with limited answer. There's some great damage on the next, but he still converts a kill. How does he get away with that one? Big T down. That's the one rifle out of the hands of the attacking side, but they will pick it up eventually. Ofar is surely dead to rights if he's not careful about his backs being turned. And even next with his loaded T-bar gets another one. Fake flash coming through. And he does find the kill. Lee's throwing his pistol out right there. I was wondering what exactly he had in store, but man, it works out so well. Flash to his top of the connector as well. Bagel's looking for some headshots here. MP9 delivering some chances, and it's a team kill. Macer takes down his teammate.
How did he manage to throw that nade so poorly?
I don't know. I think he just threw it and hit the back, and oh, this gets awkward.
Very awkward indeed. Now with bat speed on the frag, that's 2 versus 2, though this timing's not good. Dens! I mean, in 2v2, this is not the time to be playing with your food. He's just looking for information, but Dens, you've outplayed yourself, brother.
What?
He's got no one to blame but himself.
Oh, my brain is fried. It's officially gone. They're surely not as Zinzin in the 1v2, and they faked him out. They're hitting the A side of things. Zinzin is going to be on the rapid rotation here, but postlanes galore. If you so choose, LVC can get that smoke down towards jump up. Is Zinzin going to push through it? He's watching. Okay, no. Eccles is a little bit worried about his occupation on the bomb plant, but he grabs it anyways. Man, what a blunder from Denzo. My God.
Yeah, I think LVC need to start writing letters over towards Dens and shipping them out. Thank you letters, that is, of getting into this game, because Dens just gave it to him for free, unfortunately. Shake it off. That's what has to happen
Yeah, pretty much.
for Ryerson here.
Oh, no luck. Mace are down and out. Kick this round off. What a shot from Big T. Jump spotting's a dangerous game, and he learns the hard way. 8 as well towards... Oh, never mind. On top of the roof there. It's all over the place for this matchup, and it's just how I like it so far. Looking for some injuries. Again, this heavy B-side presence right now coming through. For the side of LVC. Pretty common for what they've been going for so far.
4 versus 5.
Next, let's spot this boost. Oh, no. It's Dens instead.
He's got info.
There you go.
And that's nasty. Next with a good find. That's an equalizer. Now, I mean, LVC have really 2 options. They're forced to either push B now or rotate very quickly and apply pressure elsewhere so that they can at least try and convince Ryerson that this is anything but a B hit. And I say fast, it's going slow. Either way, adjustment is here.
It's all coming down to this timing here. Just next peek around this corner and go for the risk here. Bat speed. Watching multiple different angles. There's 32 seconds. So Nexus in such a forward position. Can cause chaos here. It's just not going to be checked. He almost gets his opportunity. Nex can't deliver 2 though. So now that kill, it does deliver some A-side aggression here. Zinzin's here, but he has teammates rotating in line. He needs to find one or at least try and delay things out. Peek towards front of bathroom. Just the next one. Smoke to cause him to force his angle out. He's getting spammed through the smoke. 9 seconds on the clock. No scope through out as well. Desperation here. Gets the second goal for the third. Surely he will find it as Zinzin doesn't need Mouse to get the job done.
Okay. All right. That's something. That's the thing. 3 no scopes. And he could have scoped in there. Nobody was looking at him, but he just took the extra time to light up for the no scope so that he got the style points. Oh baby, and the worst part about that is now that LVC can see on the kill feed that there was no scopes, they don't know that he just took extra time to take the shots. They don't know how free they were. They just know that he
Yeah, I mean, imagine if that one play on Cash was Simple versus Fnatic or whatever had the no scope marks on there. That would just be brutal.
Oh yeah.
Either way, Elites, I mean, they've been going for this water aggression back and forth. It's been a real battle of this part of the map. Dins has to be careful with some of this jump spotting. No information spotted, but Elites gathers it and said, yeah, Dins has found it through the wall off the jump peak right there. Very, very good stuff to find opening frags, especially when your opponents don't expect it. Great way to keep your position on your toes, and it's going to be an attempt to regain control here, but taking so much fire.
That's being able to find something here, and BT as well. No disadvantage for the CTs. That late smoke is pretty solid though. It's gonna delay things further if it was a B hit, but the rotation out in towards the A site. But guess who? This is Zinzin.
Need some help.
Ready and waiting.
Gotta
Does,
have
but
someone covering.
I mean, no, just no scope them all, Cole.
See how consistent that game plan can work. It's a great molly to buy time here, but they're pushing past it. Yep, that's a kill. Fart goes for the wrist through the flames. Doesn't work out. Adjustment.
Whoa.
He finds himself second on top of the dice box. He hasn't been found, but finally, the answer. Dins has come through in the flank, but it's a nice adjustment from Bauer. Bomb in his hands here. 6 seconds left on the clock, and Elise walking about. It's a great read. Is Power ready for it, playing around the angles. Elise doesn't spot him. The adjustment made just in time. Elise grabs the clutch right there, and it's a 7-1 score for Ryerson, but it's as close as it gets in some of these rounds.
I love that Elise didn't just like swing aggressively there.
Yes.
You know, he knows obviously that the time is ticking, and that LVC really can't afford a fake. It was what 7 seconds on the clock. I mean, you might even not be able to, with the way that the timings work and pulling and stopping the bomb, might not even be able to plan if you were to fake at that time. But you know, he just walks out instead, plays it as passively as he can, and is able to connect off the back of it. Speaking of connections, or more accurately, lack thereof, Zinzin going for an opening frag, but he does miss his mark. Oh. Somehow
What is
Nex
going
has found the
on?
kill. He was turned around the other direction before we swap back to his POV, and he still gets the frag as the push comes up towards long A.
He just seems aware as well, though. He's going to spam so much damage being done from him. He's done his job. He's caught up some time, but look at that. Bauer somehow catching the flank. Snuck past the line of Nex, and this round is about as awkward as it gets right now. Got flanks for flankers as well. No connections over towards Bank side of things. So very awkward as they try and take comfortable post plants. It's so very uncomfortable though. They planted for Bank, but they have no control in this part of the map. Flash being's ready from Elise. They're waiting for Nex to scale up as well. They need him as one of the prongs of this retake, and he's going to start to make his move. Choice is being made here. Bat speed able to find one. He's Elise with the multi-frag. He's a savior in that last round, but they know where a 4 is now. He needs to do a whole lot more. He's going to not connect onto it, and you can see the problem here. Bauer in the wrong position for this post plant here. He's going to be spotted out soon. The fuse comes off all the while. Bauer finds the finishing kills, but it's not the round. Ryerson moved to 8.
Yeah, and, you know, great, I guess, the LVC find all the frags, but at 8-1, frags are sort of secondary to the big round counter up top, and that's what's important. So, even still, we see a very, very poor buy comparatively for Ryerson. They have the op, and this time is Zinzin. He don't miss. He's got that opening duel on lock. Next is hearing information, hearing players, and Elise with help has a double. Bat speed does connect on the answer, but he's now all alone. This is Ryerson just forming right now.
I mean, this is the Ryerson that we really expected. I mean, 3rd place in the last season. Where was it in the beginning of this one? I'm wondering. So dominant right now. This is exactly like when I was going through the scoreline, I couldn't believe that Ryerson were coming into this matchup as the 2nd seed. It blew my mind because we know how good and how capable they are. The firepower on this team, Dins, Zinzin, from what we remember in the last season, being some of the op-duty roles. It's been unbelievable to watch them in some of these maps, but that beginning of the season matchup, maybe they just started off cold because this is the team that we expect to come into this matchup, and they're delivering tenfold here, and Lee's just going to kick things off. That's a free AK upgraded from the MP9, and that's bat speed taken down as well.
Big heavy hitter no longer a factor. Bit of a difficult spray there by Dens, but he's got help. No worries, Macer. Let's get back in for more. Dog just for good measure. As Bauer does find Macer, but it's easy pickings. That's where Big T left all alone. 1v4. He's already got the first frag, and well, I see that up. Simpson wants to get fancy. I know it.
Yeah, 100%. He's looking for it, hungry. Knows he doesn't need to peek in. Bomb's down in the full control of the CTs here, so he'll hold his ground over in connector. CT forced to relocate as well. No scope action. Back and forth between these two, and you know Zinzin, he's often winning these fights because, my god, does he hit some nice no scopes.
I think Big T needs to just accept the reality that best case scenario, he's going to save this gun. Worst case scenario, he's going to die.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to hold on to this one. Here, 30 seconds onto the clock. And it's 1v3 with 2 very low HP bars. I don't know how much he's aware of that fact. But as he heads in towards A, it seems like he's a little less aware. Because he's definitely going to be grabbing that one into the next round, 25, or rather 20, more accurate. That'll be a tall tale sign of Ryerson grabbing double digits, only conceding 1 round so far to LVC. Eastside has been rather lackluster in some of the defaults, some of the executes. A lot of it's fast-paced stuff, and a lot of it's getting shut down from every aspect. Lee's even stepping up to the plate. One of the players that I know is not always at the top of the scoreboard, but man, it is showing some really strong stuff so far in Overpass.
No doubt, no doubt. Harrison, it's hard to say a better start than 10-1. I don't really think you could ask for much more. And even if this ends 10-5, I mean, that would be where we were on the last map, and we saw how that ended.
Oh wow!
Next, wow, that's a great spot. So hard to see over the top of that smoke, but he's got it. And he even sticks around. This is such a dangerous position. This is a confidence play. Give him another. Can't quite connect the third, but still done his job and more as his Zinzin finds a frag on towards long. Give him a second.
Clean. Just clinical right there from the 2 A players, even a third sticking about, helping out. Enz moved past the back line here far. Thinking about and connect with the back-to-back at the moment. That's going to be revealed now. Far should be easily taken care of there. 2 kills in this round for Ryerson. It's the same, or rather LVC. It's the same as the previous. Money's still not stacked up to a crazy amount, but Ryerson have such an unbelievable lead. And every round it just seems that LVC are picked apart to start things off. They cannot walk into a round 20 or 25 seconds in without losing a couple players, and when you're in that position, there's just not a lot you can do on your T side.
There we go. D-rush again. Good Molly does so much damage, and Mason cleans him up. Why do you? I just don't understand. Why keep pushing through that Molly? You gotta respect the grenades there if you're LVC, and they just simply don't.
I don't know if they're checking out of this one already. It seems similar to that, because right now, when you're this far down against a team like Ryerson, there's not a lot you can do to bring it back here, knowing that there's so many names in this team that can just close out rounds. They can stomp comebacks out. B-rush in the last round, just trying to push through mollies, push through smokes. Does kind of seem like this B-rush even more so. Mollies are in, smoke for the molly, but yeah, there's flashbangs, there's counter reactions here. There's protocols set in stone that Ryerson have to keep away from these rounds getting really awkward. And look at that, full gun round just swiped away without a single kill once again. 2 flawless rounds back to back. It just shows that LVC probably not long for the world in this this Northeast Conference.
Yeah, I mean LVC, they must be at a library because they are checking out, and well, they're quiet on the answers. Nothing to be said even for them at this moment in time. 13-1, absolutely outrageous. A missed shot there by Zinzin. And smoke by Next to cover some area off. He's looking for more there in connector, but his Zinzin on the second attempt connects the frag, and Next now chiming in for more.
I mean, 2 kills delivered. Sinzin should be going down here. That's a nice find from Bauer. It's just a small silver lining, though. Especially as Bagels gets cleared out. 14-1 is where we're going to finish here, unless Bauer can pull off at a miraculous 1v3. At the moment. Spotted, though. Got the bomb in his hands. There's no more delivered. 14-1. I mean, as clean as you like. Only 1 round given over in the mix. Unbelievable stuff. After a loss to this team over at LVC, to bounce back in this sort of fashion is the playoff performance that we expect and that we want to see down the line. We want to see this team really compete with some of the top names in the future here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it would have been tragic, I think, to lose Ryerson. No disrespect to LVC, of course. But this is a very one-sided affair,
Yeah.
to say the least, and it is very much showing the class. Here we go with the pistol. Leaves on the opening, nearly able to connect. There's a player. Okay, never mind. There was a player.
Ooh,
Ofar's still here. I lied. He's going to deny the bomb plant. Looking for more. He's got 2. Bauer chiming in. 04 with his 3rd. Zinzin now alone 1v3.
You gotta clear out your barrels there. That's rule number 1 of Counter-Strike. That's probably not true, but definitely rule number 1 of Russian B. Over on Overpass.
Maybe like rule 4.
Yeah, maybe.
Check barrel.
Rule number 4. Always check toxic barrel. It's not the most prioritized, but you know you'll definitely want to keep that in your memory. There over if you're Ryerson. And I mean, pistol round sure is nice, but you're now at 2. Yeah, well, cleaning this one up in quick fashion is going to be nice as well. But we know Ryerson like to play these rounds. They are going to probably go for a double save here. No, Next even doing damage as well. It makes this so much less clean. 2 kills delivered from him, and there's still 1:30 to keep causing damage. He's going to throw out one of those A1Ss, and can even throw out another if he so chooses. Maybe you're going to look to utilize that to break the economy even further.
Yeah, seems like he is going to hold on to that, try to save. Elise as well, looking for a bit of over-aggression, but look at what LVC are sitting at right now. They're about as passive as you can get. Pretty much don't want to give anything away here. They're waiting for any info, give it away, and then they're gonna come together for the retake.
Walking out of monsters, the 2. Bomb plant could be huge. It's going to be given over pretty much. What do they really say about this one? The Gevin Heaven, is that correct? I see on my site's real. I refuse to believe it, and that's why. I mean, the result of that is very obvious. Ending. All he goes about nowhere here. Ofar's trying to keep them distracted as the catwalk player comes through. Next finds him. Double swing in. They can't find the victory. Next ace in the round. What just happened?
Well, next happened. Ryerson. I mean, that's a classic example of confidence and lack thereof. LVC, they were so terrified to take gunfights that they created, 1v1s. And then Ryerson, they're so confident that they're just like, well, we'll just win. We'll just win these gunfights. And, well, in fairness, that certainly has been sort of the story being told. It is going to be traded by Elise, so he does just win, but not everything.
That's a surreal round right there. NACE or slim angle right there. But it's only an MP9 that he's up against around the corner. I think the Dio is probably what Baspy was using here, but A bomb site is a bit compromised at the moment. A little bit of a flank action coming through from the Zinzin. Unbelievable aggression, and the plant for Bank as well. It's going to give them best post plant possible here with the current positioning. That's a big kill from afar, though. AK in his hands, 40 HP to his name. Tim and Baspy to keep him alive at the moment in the 2v3 with good post plant positioning. They got a crossfire here, holding off Bank, holding off jump swap, and yep, he's going to be found out. Last alive is Batspeed in an impossible situation. This is curtains for LVC and Ryerson closing out the Northeast Conference Championship.
Wow. What a way to close it as well. 16-2. I could never have anticipated that. Whatever that is, like, it's just craziness. Again, Ryerson, listen, you and I, we spoke at the beginning of the game. We said we couldn't believe that Ryerson lost the series in the beginning of the year, but hey, it happened. And despite all evidence to the contrary, we thought LVC had a good chance into this one based on that result. Well, all we are left to say is, what the hell happened in week one?
Yeah, that's my big question right there. I have no idea what exactly went wrong. I'm wondering how exactly Ryerson dropped, or not only won the first map, but dropped the remaining series to them. It was a reverse sweep for LVC, obviously showing that they got some mental fortitude to their name. And right there, it looked like they were checked out. It looked like an overpass. You know, you give it 10 rounds, 10-1 scoreline. LVC, their mental was gone, far gone, to get back into that game. And so, you know, the fact that we not only saw Ryerson win but dominate as well is definitely interesting. The contrast between the beginning of the season and now the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, it isn't pretty necessarily. It isn't winless. Ryerson, they do have that one blemish on the record, but the good news is that they're headed for the playoffs, and they are indeed this Northeastern Conference champions, and that has got to feel good, especially because we are getting ready for Dins to come in. We don't have that ready just yet, but I think we will get a chance to ask about
Yeah.
that first week matchup for sure. But other final thoughts about what we've seen here today, Cole?
Not too much. I mean, it's just really impressive what Ryerson was able to do.
Yeah, well, with that being said, I do want to talk about how every 180 seconds someone is diagnosed with a blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns lives upside down. And when this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, or LLS, is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life saving treatments that they need when someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis. LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it matters most. Today's LLS hero of the game is Dens. We will be saying hello to Dens. How are you feeling? That looked fantastic.
I'm feeling good. Yeah, just feeling good with the win, especially since our first week we didn't have a good result or the result we wanted against them. So to win here it feels good.
So obviously there's a whole season between that week one result and now. But can you just tell me what happened to allow such differentiation between then and now in the results against the same team?
I think it was mainly just like we were just getting back into Counter Strike as a team, so it's like, coming from like a really good result from the last semester, we were expecting to just play like normal and get like get like dubs, but then I guess we didn't face LVC like last semester, so um coming into it, we were kind of caught off guard with with some of the like raw skill they had as well. So for this match, we just kind of took it as another match, and we kind of just played our game.
Yeah, so I mean, over the season, just constant improvement. I will say one thing that I found rather interesting was some of the Negev usage over on the B side of things over on Inferno. You guys are struggling a little bit against that. I mean, was that a bit frustrating? Were you surprised to see that, or is that something that you're kind of commonly seeing? Because I know there's a lot of traction with Negev usage and all around in like FPL and such. So, I mean, what were you expecting, and how did you exactly overcome that?
Um, I thought it was a bit annoying, to be honest, but
Yeah.
my teammates was like, just like let them play their game and then we'll play our game, because we knew our game was going into Inferno was better. And
Mm.
on on the CT half, the pistol round, I said, "Give me dualies. I'm going to kill 3."
Yeah.
So,
That's what you did.
yeah, exactly. Because I don't know that I didn't realize, like, going into that like the B bomb site on the first time I went into it, and I just got shut down, and I was like,
Yeah.
no way this is happening. And then they kept doing it, and I was just like,
Yeah.
no way. So like we just kind of like leaned A bit more. I noticed there was like more gaps towards A, so
Mm-hmm. Sweet.
Yeah, and well, so we know that you guys, you kind of alluded to such a great result overall last season. The third place, overall looked fantastic. We were excited to see you guys back here. But as you guys move into overall playoffs, is there any teams that you are looking out for that you're either worried about or know is going to be a tough opponent?
well, I mean, I could say Davenport because I think they're a really good team. They have the structure to be one of the best teams in out of all of collegiate right now. Same with MSU. They have really good structure. So I think those two teams is what we're gonna really look out for. But I think nobody realizes like our potential from Ryerson. Uh, as there's 3 of us who are playing in advanced, and then there's a couple of us in main playoffs. It's just yeah, we're just coming by like quietly, and nobody expects it.
Well, Cole and I are absolutely excited to see what you guys
Mm-hmm.
go and show us throughout the playoffs. Final question before we let you go, Dens. Anybody that you want to shout out or say hello to?
What's up to the Ryerson gang? Also, shout out to Primo who couldn't be here because he had a work schedule. Shout out to Webb as well. Had another work schedule as well. So, shout out to them boys. They're good. And thanks to like all the Ryerson community. Thanks for everybody that supports us, and we hope to get cheered on by you guys further.
Alrighty. Well, Dens, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us and added some clarification and everything. You have a great rest of your evening, my friend.
Have a good night, guys.
Alrighty, cool. And with that, I think we got an answer to the answer to our question.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but I kind of figured that there was something along those lines going on during that first week matchup, and it's clear a different team competed today than did just 10 weeks ago. And I mean, that's crazy how fast the season rolls, and we're already just passing conference championships and into playoffs. So Davenport, he mentioned, I think MSU has to play Davenport for their way into full playoffs. Is that? I think that's what we saw, because we saw MSU winning out just earlier this week. So it's going to be interesting to see which of those two teams kind of is able to take the cake, and which of them that they will that Ryerson may have the chance to meet as they move forward. But any final thoughts on this series before we put a stamp on it and get going?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great showcase. Again, Ryerson, I always like to get an interview with Dens because he gives a lot of good insight. He talked about how Ryerson's probably going to be a team that was a bit slept on. I think that both you and I slept on them at the initial stage of playoffs until we started seeing more and more victories under their belt. And, finishing off third place with a bunch of collegiate teams that were looking so very good is a great result last time. And I hope to see the same sort of form heading into the playoffs for this season.
Well, by form, I think we can say they showed a good form today, and like I was saying there, I think you and I not sleeping on Ryerson in the slightest. Not this year. We were tricked last year. This year though, we have it on lock. Nonetheless, thank you so much everybody who's tuned in. It is going to be it from us here at the NACE Starleague today. But listen, playoffs are coming up. Definitely be tuning in. Check, make sure to drop a follow on the channel and see when we go live because we got lots of esports. All ready to come your way. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you here next time for the NACE Starleague. See you later.